3.5 years now. They've never seen a court. They're under incarceration, National Speaker. We need a full commitment and a statement of response. I am going to lay these citizens' names tomorrow on the floor of Parliament, and we demand that government should explain. There's no way can claim to be members of Parliament running under a constitution, a people's consensus, and citizens' rights are being abused while we claim to be legislating, right, Honourable Speaker. I am not convinced with the response of my honourable brother. I need a more unequivocal response on these challenges, right, Honourable Speaker.
Leader of government business, government chief whip, give us a comprehensive statement. One, as whether these people have been committed or sentenced, whether we've decided to deny them the presumption of innocence. These people have been in prison for over 3 years. So we need a comprehensive statement on that, and you come and report to the House tomorrow.
Right Honorable Speaker, if really we need a comprehensive statement, my colleagues took comprehensive time to compile whatever they are getting. Now for us, we are being given just 1 day to do a comprehensive statement. So I would request, Right Honorable Speaker, that you give us 1 week so that we go through all this process, we do wider consultations. But what I wanted put on record, Right Honorable Speaker, what I wanted put on record, Right Honorable Speaker, is that for us as government, we are not victimizing anyone, like my brother, the Right Honorable Leader of Opposition has said, and we are going to follow the due process of the law. And I want it also to go on record that we don't charge anyone in a kangaroo court. That's his language, and we don't believe in that. I thank you.
Honorable Kiwanuka, stop making noise like you're in a drinking joint. Members, Honorable Taeva, this thing has gone on for years. It is also a known fact that you have information about what is happening. So can Attorney General come and report to this House on Thursday on what is happening to the Kasese team, those people, the 67? So Thursday we expect a statement from government. Honorable Migade. Okay, procedure.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise under Rule 224 and our rules of procedure. Madam Speaker, under Article 210, subsection D of our Constitution, and also Section 39, subsection 2 of the UPDF Act of 2005, government is required to seek parliamentary approval before deploying outside the borders of the country. Right Honorable. Today morning, the UPDF spokesperson confirmed to the country that UPDF soldiers have begun engaging ADF rebels in the Democratic Republic of Congo, yet the deployment has not been authorized by this House, Right Honorable Speaker. Isn't this deployment being done in the context of Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker? And Madam Speaker and honorable members, as you recall, last time UPDF entered DRC, they looted minerals, and Uganda was ordered by the International Court of Justice to pay DR Congo over 10 trillions of Ugandan shillings as compensation. Right Honorable Speaker, I think we may incur more bills of an invasion that Parliament has not authorized in the first place. I seek that, Right Honorable Speaker, government may come and explain this anomaly. I thank you.
You said it was a
mortgage. So, Madam Speaker, I want to demand that government, as soon as possible, presents a statement to Uganda through this parliament, and we get to know whether we still possess Entebbe International Airport. But also go ahead and lay the agreement that they signed to this house. We want to prove whether that agreement was okayed by the Solicitor General, because we are reading that the agreement was not okayed, was not cleared by the Solicitor General. So these are the things we must inquire into and find out what is transpiring in this country. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Taiba, Government Chief Whip. But you see, for me, I get surprised when we start believing on what is on social media. Because last night somebody posted to me and said that airport had been changed to China something. And this morning I sent somebody to the airport and nothing has changed. And really, when we start believing in what is in social media, Honorable Taiwo.
Madam Speaker, I beg your indulgence. Allow me lay here the statement from Civil Aviation Authority.
What is the statement about?
Dated about. This is Civil Aviation Authority, November 26, on the clarification of the Entebbe International Airport. To Madam Speaker.
And Honorable Elijah, with due respect, if the matter is before COSASE, what we are doing, we are debating in anticipation. Let COSASE, I'm the one who forwarded that issue to COSASE. Let COSASE complete. Now you're rendering Joel irrelevant. Let Joel finish his work and present a report. And Honorable, you're a member of the committee. Don't smuggle documents from a committee to the House.
Madam Speaker, beg your indulgence. These are not smuggled documents from the committee. First of all, I forgot even to carry the Daily Monitor here, which is not from the committee, but these are copies which were distributed to the media. But Madam Speaker, I don't want to divide from your ruling that I go by your indulgence, but this is a big concern for this country. Thank you.
Honorable Elijah, please bring that issue. I know you're a very able member of COSASE. Raise that issue in COSASE, handle it, and report to this House.
Most obliged.
Yes, Dan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I raise under Rule 49 of our Rules of Procedure, notes of urgent questions, Right Honorable Speaker, and through you, I will request, I would want to bring out to the attention of government, but in specific terms, the Ministry of Health, about the new variant, and maybe for the minister to tell us the preparedness as a country. What are we doing? Other countries have stopped the affected airlines from entering their country. What are we doing as a country? And this is not about social media. This is a real issue. Omicron is real, and we would want the position of Minister of Health on what we are doing, how we are preparing, Right Honorable Speaker, as a country to manage or mitigate the effect of this variance. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
On that note, therefore, we have, allow me to amend the order paper. There is a paper from Leader of Opposition on COVID, the new variant, and I will allow him to present the paper. And after two urgent questions, we have Jonathan. Jonathan Ebwalu.
Right Honorable Speaker,
For purposes of record, my name is Jonathan Nebwalo, Member of Parliament from Soroti West Division. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise here on a matter of national importance. In 2007, this Parliament, under Article 210D, approved the deployment of the Uganda People's Defense Forces in the Somalia to fight terrorism and to pacify the region. Admittedly, Madam Speaker, this was a very strategic and a noble cause, and since then, the UPDF has kept its presence in Somalia for 14 running years. Madam Speaker, today, Somalia has made remarkable governance and security gains. We appreciate the role done by the UPDF in Somalia. At least the UPDF now, working with the government of Somalia, they have established a parliament in Somalia. There is now police in Somalia, and there is UPDF in Somalia. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs was required to regularly update Parliament on the situation in Somalia. That, however, has not been done in a very long time. Because as the Parliament of Uganda would want to understand that have we achieved on our mission of deployment in Somalia? Do we still need to be in Somalia? Or it is time for us now to come back home and do other national assignments? Madam Speaker, my prayers are that the minister responsible gives regular updates to the Parliament of Uganda concerning the stay of the UPDF in Somalia, with a view of enabling this House to assess its decision of 2007. Number two, Madam Speaker, in light of the current terror attacks in the city and media reports about the ADF crossing from Democratic Republic of Congo through Kisoro, is it possible that, Madam Speaker, the minister responsible could consider requesting the authorization of this Parliament under Article 210D to allow the UPDF deploy in Congo? Because it is very clear that the beehive of the ADF is in Congo. So the UPDF could ask the authorization of this Parliament so that we allow you to deploy in Congo. Madam Speaker, important to note is that this is not the first time that we shall be deploying in Congo. We are in Somalia, we are in Central African Republic, where we have chased Konyi very far away. Madam Speaker, however, if the opportunity is given to our UPDF, they shouldn't do what they have done in the past. We were given opportunity, we went to Congo, we went to plunder, we lost track of our mandate in Congo. Madam Speaker, I don't want to comment on the media reports that appeared today that we have already striked the Democratic Republic of Congo. I don't want to go into that.
Can you give us your prayer? It's like you're reading a Bible.
Madam Speaker, I've already given my prayers. You were communicating with somebody there.
Can you say?
So I thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Government.
Right Honorable Speaker, as I said earlier on, we are engaging the authorities in Congo over the issue of the ADF. We know why we are engaging. We are focusing on that, and we can't go beyond that. On the issue of Somalia, Right Honorable Speaker.
A whole commissioner shouting on the floor.
Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of Somalia, also whenever it is necessary, we shall be reporting to this house. I thank you.
Now, whom are you putting on order? On a serious note, Honorable Taeba, we need a statement on that, and government should really come out clean on that.
Right, Honorable Speaker. You know, whenever you direct us to do something, we do it, and we will do.
Thank you, Honorable Mapendusi. Mapendusi. Are you Mapendusi?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm here to raise a matter of urgent public importance. Right Honorable Speaker, on 25th of November 2021, the Minister of Health, Honorable Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng, launched the COVID-19 vaccination exercise for Acholi Sub-Region at Gulu Regional Referral Hospital. However, in the evening of 26 November 2021, a voice recording by a lady who introduced herself as Juliet Aye Ishen, a born of Koch, currently living in Nigeria, where she got married and changed her name, as mentioned above, made very serious allegations in relation to the launch. This particular voice recording, Right Honorable Speaker, has gone viral on all social media platforms across Acholi sub-region, putting serious allegations on government and the first family, and goes ahead to say that there is a plan to decimate the Acholi people using the COVID vaccines. The lady alleges that the vaccines being used in Acholi sub-region particularly are first taken to a particular hotel, allegedly called Pearl of Africa, around Nakasero, from where the vaccines get contaminated or poisoned before it is taken to Acholi. This recording, which calls upon the Acholi people to boycott or avoid getting vaccinated, since there is a plan to decimate and take over our land, has caused panic, fear, and bitterness, causing those who have been vaccinated already to worry for their lives, and those not vaccinated avoiding the exercise for fear of being poisoned. Right Honorable Speaker, our biggest concern is that this lady alleges that she was a staff of State House for several years and fully aware of many sinister plans against the Acholi people. She further alleges that this particular information about the contamination of vaccines is being provided to her by our contacts who still work at State House. Right Honorable Speaker, we took keen interest to find out who exactly this lady is. And the information we have obtained is that her true name is Jennifer Ariem, the lady who was state witness during the trial of Dr. Kiza Besige in the early 2000s on treason charges.
Honorable
And many
Mapendusi.
people.
Honorable Mapendusi, we ruled on social media propaganda. However, Acholi region has leaders. It's upon you and the ministry now to come out and tell the people that it is not true. Jane should go, Honorable Jane Achen, Minister of Finance, Minister of Health, should come out and go and address the people of Acholi and say they should avoid to what is on the social media. And I would also request that the leadership of Acholi sub-region you come out and address the people. Members, is there a market behind there? Emmanuel? Now, it is a serious matter, but we must come out and maybe to the people of Acholi, that is a propaganda campaign. It must be
Thank you.
rejected. People must go and be vaccinated. Yes, Sarah.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for your advice. But I just wanted to mention something and say our prayers. Right, Honorable Speaker, these serious allegations has caused a lot, and the vaccination exercise has been completely distorted. It is therefore our prayer, right?
I have
Honorable?
already given a directive to the
Thank you.
minister to go and talk to the people of Acholi.
Thank you.
Even the orders we are giving here in the house is just enough to make those people know that what is being said is propaganda.
Thank you.
There are people who have been vaccinated. I don't see why government would be against their choice.
May you
Why
then-
not another region?
Thank you, madam. May you then permit me to lay on table this flash disk which contains the voice recording.
Please, please, please.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable
Thank
Speaker.
you. Government,
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I was rising on a procedural issue. You had already given guidance and the honorable member was continuing to even pray. But Right Honorable Speaker, in order not to lose this, he who alleges must prove. It would be important for the police to pick interest in this matter, investigate, have this lady arrested so that she can substantiate on those allegations, Right Honorable Speaker. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the procedural issue I was raising is to direct the Minister of Internal Affairs to arrest this woman and let her substantiate these allegations.
The ministry, government, this lady must be investigated and arrested
Right, Honorable.
because she's causing a problem in the country. If it is really true that now that we have a recording, you can investigate and have the woman arrested.
Right, Honorable, I wanted to make a request that also as you direct the minister, can you also help us? I don't know whether it can be directing, but we can say facilitating the Acholi parliamentary group. The Acholi parliamentary group to go with the minister as leaders on the ground so that we all do this together. It's not just left to the government, but it's also our colleagues from here. And on the issue of
But I
investigating,
had already made a ruling that the leadership of Acholi must go on ground as government takes its part by arresting the lady, the woman, not the lady, the woman, arrest her and have her prosecuted. And then the Minister of Health should join the Acholi parliamentary group in that campaign. Matovu? Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
There is a
Honorable colleagues.
procedure matter from the minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm not feeling very well, but I don't have COVID. I just came from a cold place yesterday, so I'm just adjusting to the weather. Madam Speaker, the issue raised by Honorable Mapenduzi, actually while I was out, I had that recording. And I know that you have already ruled, you gave me the opportunity. We just wanted to emphasize the importance of this issue because it has two dimensions. Is that as government is doing everything possible to vaccinate its people with available vaccine, somebody is distracting them. And we have new new COVID outbreaks variant coming in.
Honorable
And on the
Minister.
other side, Madam Speaker, they're using the name of government, which
Honorable Minister, I had already ruled on that
you
effect.
gave me the opportunity, that's why I said
I thought it was a procedural matter on something.
It wasn't, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to emphasize
But
the importance.
we've already made a ruling
Most obliged.
that the actual parliamentary group should be facilitated to go on ground. Actual parliamentary group, can you write and you're facilitated to go on ground and do that campaign? Yes, Chairman.
Madam Chair, I am the chairman of Acholi Parliamentary Group. I thank you for your ruling. But our concern, this thing is very sensitive. And when you stop Honorable Mapenduzi from finishing the statement, it is actually raising panic in the community. They even think that he could not finish statement because what is being said is true. That's why it is important when we are handling sensitive issues like this.
Chairman.
Honorable Chair, please. Honorable Speaker, when we are handling sensitive issues like this, which has caused panic in the community, it is better to give it time. The prayers, you should have read it. Part of what you are ruling is a prayer. And that's my concern. Thank you.
Chairman, I am so surprised that you never heard the ruling. The ruling was really in relation to what Honorable Mapenduzi said, and it was actually helping Honorable Mapenduzi. One, government must investigate this woman, and she should be brought to book. Two, you should be facilitated to go for that campaign on vaccination. Three, government should come out with a statement addressing, and the statement should be, Dr. Jane should go on ground and give out a statement on vaccination. I don't know how much further you want us to do. Matov is online, on microphone.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Our honorable colleagues, I'm Matov Charles, Member of Parliament representing Busilo South constituency. I rise on the matter of urgent, in fact, very urgent importance. Right Honorable Speaker, on 27th this month, that was Saturday, heavy rains ravaged several villages of Kapa, Koja, Makanaga, Semalulu, Bokasi, Kasokengo, in Zinga Parish, Busi Sub-County, in Busilo South. Right Honorable Speaker, several houses were destroyed and gardens. Several commercial facilities were as well destroyed. Right Honorable Speaker, hundreds of residents were affected, and as of now, they have nowhere to sleep. They have nothing to eat, and they have nothing to put on. My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, that government urgently comes to their rescue, provides them with reconstruction materials for their houses, and government should also provide them with food, mattresses. You know very well that this is an island that is gutted with many mosquitoes. I pray that government should as well provide them with mosquito nets, and perhaps in your mercy, Right Honorable Speaker, government should as well provide the affected residents with a startup capital, because they totally have nothing. I beg to submit.
Government.
Thank you.
Did you get a myoga?
Right Honorable Speaker.
No, I'm still asking the member whether there was a myoga in his constituency.
Thank you for that question, Right Honorable Speaker. The few that registered were unable to access their money. And specifically in Busi Island, they are not there. So I beg that as you have put it rightfully so, they should come and attend to it.
We
Thank
actually,
you.
we are going to give the parish model. Government,
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleague, I sympathize with your people who are affected by this disaster. Kindly, like you've made your prayers, that assessment should be done by the district disaster committee so that it is formally submitted. And kindly, when you submit, please ensure that I get a copy so that I can follow up. But colleagues, there are some whom we've not yet sorted out. It's been due to budget constraints. Recently, you added us some money in a supplementary, and we are going to ensure that we clear all the backlog. I thank you.
and maybe in addition to what you're saying about the district disaster committee, when you look at Article 249, we gave you an order to bring a disaster preparedness and management commission. You're not going to start handling things district by district. We need a planned disaster preparedness and management commission in place. We gave you 1 month and you've not done it.
Thank you. Right Honorable, I relayed your directive, and indeed the cabinet took it up seriously. For now, we agreed that we do also a comprehensive plan, which is developing SOPs for managing disasters in the whole country. The draft report has been made, it's coming to cabinet, and once that is finalized, it will also come with the
Honorable
disaster
Taiwa,
commission.
this is a constitutional matter.
We shall
commission in
comply,
place.
Right Honorable, shall comply.
You can't run a country in a kangaroo way. Honorable Kinyamatama? Kinyamatama?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I rise on a matter of national importance. On 20th November, Saturday evening, a truck was offloading fuel, a petrol truck was offloading fuel in Kachera sub-county, Kachera town, and the offloading guy lost control of the pump, and it spread over, petrol spread over, and unfortunately, it spread into a chapati maker's sigidi, and it caught fire and almost burnt the entire town. Thank God, because we are near a lake, the residents managed to put off the fire that had already distracted 9 houses. So my major prayer, there was too much destruction of people's businesses. It is a trading center, so people's businesses were totally burnt down, the 9 houses I'm talking about. The biggest challenge that we found, honorable members of parliament, is the allocation and mushrooming small petrol stations in our constituencies. They are a big security threat to both the economy and human beings. This petrol station was just constructed on someone's veranda. And this petrol station has a license licensed by government to operate. Honorable members, you will agree with me that when you're moving through your constituencies, you see those small petrol stations in corridors, people's verandas, near trading centers. And so you wonder where government or the local government is looking at when all these things are happening. And honorable members, this is a big security threat with the Al-Shabaab or the ADF we are having. It's very easy to burn up a trading center in a second because of those small petrol stations. It has already happened in Rakai. Thank God it was not a terror attack, but it happened. My prayer is one. These people do not have anything to use. They've lost business, so we call upon government to help facilitate my people because they've lost everything. 2, I call upon the office of the Prime Minister to quickly give quick relief items to these people. They have no right to shelter and they are big families. They have no right to clothing. They have nothing that they are left with. Secondly, this fire burnt the 9 houses because we did not have a quick response from the fire brigade. I request government that at least we should have sub-regional fire brigade stations. Because we had to call Masaka, Mbarara was out and they were like, call Bushenyi. So had it not been for the lake that is near us, the entire city, the entire town was going to get burnt. You can imagine that blast that would have happened. So honorable members, I think government should really give assurance to Ugandans that the threat of fire is handled through establishing sub-regional, because now we have regional, but you find a region serving 9-10 districts. So you wonder how an emergency can be treated. I pray that government looks into that. Thirdly, I request the Office of the Disaster Preparedness to also submit or give in quick relief items to these people. They do not have food. Thirdly, Right Honorable Speaker, these people have loans. They've been running businesses through loans. They cannot operate anymore, and they do not have any way of paying these loans or even putting back their businesses. So I pray that under the microfinance ministry, it should look into their problem and make sure that they are given quick, not Emyoga has stopped, but microfinance has the money running for small businesses, SMEs. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, I think the owner of the petrol station, who is Kato Julius, should be reprimanded for not following, and the officers that gave him the license, the operating license, for not following what was supposed to be done for him to put a petrol station in someone's veranda. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Juliet, thank you. You've just said that the person was given a license. He never gave a license to himself. Why would you reprimand that person?
I mean the officers.
Secondly,
Right Honorable.
it is a disaster that happened. I mean, you could not avoid it. Our sympathies to the families that lost their houses and their businesses, but you cannot reprimand the owner of the business because you as government gave him a license to operate. So the best thing that we need to do is to be very careful and disaster.
Right Honorable Speaker, very unfortunate situation in Rakai, and I'm happy Honorable Nyamatama has raised it. Honorable Javira Semwanga MP Buyamba also came to me today over the same, and I guided that indeed let's work together to get the assessment done very well. And Right Honorable Speaker, because the prayers were very many, I'm going to link up with the MP so that we go through together and we see how best we can quickly help the people of Rakai. I thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia Ogwal, Honorable Cecilia Ogwal.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, arise on matters of national importance. On the 8th of September, this Parliament passed a resolution to transfer the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation to the Office of the President. And it was also resolved that vote 23, which normally takes care of that ministry, be also transferred to the same Ministry of the Presidency. Unfortunately, Right Honorable Speaker, to our disappointment as representatives of the people, I've received several information from staff members who work in that ministry that for the last 6 months or more, the staff have not been paid. Some of them have been chased out of their residential areas. And as usual, they're experiencing a lot of hardship, Right Honorable Speaker. It was not the intention of Parliament that the staff of the Ministry of Science and Technology be abandoned. It was agreed that they will continue to serve this country as if they were doing it before under the same ministry, except that administratively, all the operations were transferred under the office of the presidency. Right Honorable Speaker, as a representative of the people, I would want an explanation from the government as to what has happened to the vote of science and technology, and why is it that the members of staff or people who serve under that ministry or who are serving under that ministry have not been paid up to now. I beg to be informed, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Cecilia Emat, while you are away, we formed an ad hoc committee that is handling issues of innovation, science, innovation, and technology. So we expect a report, and that was one of the terms of reference. We expect a report from the committee on 21st of December. So this issue is being investigated. It is being investigated. It may be urgent, yes, but a clear process must be followed. We are going to have a response to that. Dr. Ayume? Dr. Ayume?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on matters of national importance. Madam Speaker.
Use another microphone.
Madam Speaker, 2 weeks ago, we experienced twin bombings in the city. And several people were injured and others died. May their souls rest in eternal peace. However, Madam Speaker, I'm concerned about the healthcare for those who are injured or who are maimed. Usually in injuries of such magnitude, we either get shrapnels, first and second degree burns, or even third degree burns. And we are asking ourselves that for those who are treated, especially our gallant police officers who are on duty, have they been able to get the required level of health care, which in most cases is tertiary health care? Recently on TV, I saw one of the victims of the Komamboga bomb blasts who was still complaining of having extensive shrapnels in her body. And some of these are breadwinners in the light of COVID. So it's my humble prayer that the Director General through the Minister of Health can give us an update on how we are taking care of these gallant citizens of ours. And if need be, I think government should give them the required services they deserve. If it means them traveling abroad for more specialized treatment, these are Ugandans, and I think they should benefit from such packs. And for the police officers, Madam Speaker, some died or were injured in the line of duty. I think some level of compensation, whether it's promotions, because they were guarding these installations like CPS. Can we consider at least a token or some compensation, even for those who died and those who are injured? My colleague, Honorable Suvi, talked about the emergency response system, the fire brigade. I think it's time, honorable colleagues, that we also look at extending or decentralizing our colonial fire brigade system from the clock tower, now that the city has expanded, to places like Chira, because supposing this had happened in a place like Chira, it would have taken more than an hour for a fire tender to cross across the town. Finally, Madam Speaker, 2 weeks ago again, Uganda Police Force passed out 5,200 police constables and deployed them all over the country. I thank them for that. However, most of these were transported to the regions. That is either Moroto, either Mbarara, either Hoima. And then they asked DPCs of the surrounding districts to come and pick them up. My thinking is that during such an operation, you do last mile delivery of the troops, in this case, the police officers. Now, some of the cars that were being used by the COVID double cabins, the LC5s car, to come and pick these police constables, cognizant of the fact that there was no food where they were being taken, and they have not yet been paid. My thinking is that before we deploy, we should have taken care of the entire supply chain, which includes transportation and salaries, because these police constables, without pay, and you deploy them to sub-counties and other police stations, will become more of, may engage in criminal activities. I thank you very much.
Thank
All right,
you.
Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Yume. The Minister of Internal Affairs should come and give us a statement on the deployment without being prepared in a district on how these new police officers are being deployed. Then the issue of fire brigades still is on Minister of Internal Affairs. Just like Honorable Juliet had said, this must be decentralized. I remember that day when there was a bomb blast here, it took long for a fire brigade to come. So this must be taken seriously. And lastly, Chair Health should follow up with the ministry on how these people are being treated. Dr. Yume, as a Chair of Health, can you follow it up and give us a feedback as a house on how far the treatment of these people has taken place and what we can do as a house? That is within your docket. Thank you, Lob.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I sought your indulgence to make a statement, which in some way or another discomforted my brother, the government chief whip, regarding the new COVID strand that is on the horizon. I asked my Shadow Minister for Health to raise a few issues for the attention of government, because we do not know when government is going to respond to it. The fact that we do not sit in a cabinet, we do not know what happens in their kitchen. So we have a few issues raised, and I'll ask the Shadow Minister for Health to raise them on my behalf, that we get a plausible response from government. Right Honorable Speaker.
Shadow Minister, you raise your issue and we'll subject it to a debate on Thursday when government is also bringing the statement on the same.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The issue and statement that the LOP is presenting is on the new variant, COVID-19 variant called Omicron, which was detected in a sample, in a specimen that was received on the 9th of November. And the first case was reported to World Health Organization on the 24th of November by South Africa. To date, it's over a week, and the country has not responded or informed the public about it. And the quality of laxity that we see today is the same that we saw at the time of the Delta variant. As it was in India, we were very quiet. And because of that, we closed our economy for 42 days, lost so many lives. So today we present our alternative policy to the same, such that the country is saved from the impact of COVID-19, as it was with Delta. Right Honorable Speaker, the newly discovered COVID-19 variant named Omicron has raised concern across the globe. This latest COVID-19 variant is reported to have originally been recorded in South Africa. It has so far been detected.
There's a procedure matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I did not want to interrupt my colleague, but I was just trying to find out whether this matter, this statement has been uploaded because I don't see it.
This is a statement that is received by the clerk and the speaker.
You've become the
stamp-
speaker today. The matter is, what she's raising is, was it uploaded? Clerk. Clerk. You know, you're reading a document that everybody is interested in following. And if it is not uploaded, I'm told it is uploaded. Please check your iPads. Yes, Commissioner.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the document is not there, and all the members can confirm it is not.
Honorable Commissioner, do you have an iPad? I can actually lend you mine. The document was uploaded 45 minutes ago. I think that's when we gave the permission to Leader of Opposition. Members, let's just receive this statement, then we debate it on Thursday. Yes, can you be fast, summarize?
Yes. Concern has been raised on the possibility that the new variant may be more devastating than the Delta variant, to which a number of lives of Ugandans were lost during the second wave. The risk is made more imminent given the low vaccination rate in the country. So far, only 749,126 people have been fully vaccinated. The word is fully vaccinated against the eligible population of 22 million Ugandans. This translates in a vaccination rate of just 3.4%. Hence, any upsurge as noticed in the past two waves would cause enormous strain on the health facilities, loss of lives, economic and social disruptions, as well as depression. It would also lead to further loss of jobs, continued disruption of learning, escalated teenage pregnancies, limited movements in case of heightened lockdown measures. It is crucial, therefore, that the country uptakes necessary measures to detect, prevent the spreading of the new Omicron variant, and to the worst, contain it. Given the fact that at the moment, there is no indication that Omicron variant is within Uganda, the country should harness the window of opportunity to limit its entry into the country. Here under Right Honorable Speaker, we now present our alternative policy, how government should manage. Number one, formation of East African Community Task Force, a joint East African Community Task Force. A joint East African Community Task Force should be formed by member states to develop a common approach towards the handling of the Omicron variant. At the moment, the national task forces of the member states are implementing uncoordinated interventions. This has in the recent past been noted in the instances towards vaccination and continuation of learning. Aware that member states are challenged by porous borders that facilitate uncontrolled movements, a coordinated approach would enhance measures towards management of COVID-19. The other approach is to implore government to develop a red list This is because countries that have this variant are known, and therefore we should present a red list. In conclusion, in consultation with other member states in East Africa community, Uganda should develop a red list of countries from which travelers are momentarily not allowed to access the country. A month's restriction is realistic, for it will enable government attain sufficient knowledge and understanding on the Omicron variant. This would enable continued travels into and out of the country with limited disturbance to the global supply chain. The third alternative policy looks at speeding up the vaccination process. It recognizes the effort, the good effort government has done in urban centers. We have vaccination at churches and other areas, but we are not seeing the same in rural areas or upcountry areas. So we come up with a policy, a suggestion that government can borrow to speed up vaccination in the upcountry. So these are parish vaccination clinics having teams on each and every parish that move village to village while vaccinating the masses. The fourth is to allocate a minimum of 5 gene expert machines at each point of entry. Right, Honorable Speaker, this alternative policy relates to the statement the minister made some time back in relation to the delays at the airport, where she made mention that Entebbe International Airport has 2 gene expert machines, which we clearly saw during that debate that there were very few, and maybe it was the reason for the delays at the airport, much as other processes were streamlined, like how they were issuing results and all that. These 2 gene expert machines, that testing capability is the same as Bududa Health Center Bududa District Hospital. It also has 2 gene expert machines. Tororo District Hospital has 2 gene expert machines, but Entebbe International Airport, receives so many patients, so many passengers. And if we leave only those 2 gene expert machines and go by the directive she had issued that once you're tested, you're ready to go into the masses, and you're notified later whether you're positive and maybe told to do self-quarantine or self-isolation. That in the case of the variant, we can't be that loose. So we want a situation where people stay at the airport until a negative COVID test is communicated. For that to happen, in relation to not delaying passengers, we need at least 15 gene expert machines at the airport. And in case the variant makes presence in the East African region, as of now, it has not made presence. And it's the reason we ask for a common approach. But in the case that it makes presence in the East African region, we will need at least 5 gene expert machines at each border point. Lastly, the last proposal is with the presumption of work by medical personnel. We realize that medics or medical personnel are on a strike. We join others in urging them that we are now faced with the Omicron variant. They should come to the rescue of the country. But this plea to them is not to undermine their effort that they need, or that the duty that government has to match to make their working environment better and to answer some of their proposals. But it is to ask them to come and we be together in this fight against Omicron. However, we recommend to government that since a supplementary was passed just recently, and in which the allowances for the interns and the SHOs was catered for, we do ask government to commit money by the end of this month and pay the first allowances for the interns and the SHOs. And as that happens, since it's in the statement, we do appeal to the doctors who are on strike to end the strike as soon as Friday this week, such that we prepare for the COVID variant Omicron. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Shadow Minister. Government.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just want to make a clarification from what the Shadow Minister raised, as if government has not been minding and it's not ready to respond to this. As government, we resolved one thing. One, we don't want to make any knee-jerk reaction in regard to this issue. We want the reaction and steps taken by government to be informed by science and wide consultations with our partners, especially in the Southern African region and the WHO. Right, Honorable Speaker, as I talk, government has been doing a gene sequencing of the positive cases to determine whether we've already gotten this variant. And today we expect results to be coming out, which will guide us much better. And tomorrow, the committee is meeting to look through the process, to look through the evidence they have, and also consult our colleagues in Southern Africa, and WHO is part of this. And on Thursday, we were prepared to come and make a statement here. We didn't want to rush to make statements for the sake of it, but we wanted to be informed by science and wide consultations. Thank you.
So come and respond, come and report on Thursday. Next item. Next.
Item number 3 on the order paper, statement by ministers on 1, the commemoration of the International Day for Persons with Disabilities.
Honorable Minister for Disability.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This is a statement to Parliament on the commemoration of the International Day of Persons with Disabilities due on the 3rd of December, 2021. Background to the commemoration of the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, 3rd December, 2021. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members of Parliament, the United Nations Decade of Persons with Disabilities was held from 1983 to 1992 to enable governments and organizations to implement measures to improve the lives of persons with disabilities all over the world. On October 14, 1992, as the decade drew to a close, the UN General Assembly proclaimed 3rd December as the International Day for Persons with Disabilities. This day was first observed on December 3rd, 1992. Every 3rd of December, Uganda joins the rest of the world to celebrate the International Day for Persons with Disabilities and acknowledge the capabilities of persons with disabilities in contributing towards the development of the country. The day is also celebrated to create awareness on the importance of promoting equality and full participation of persons with disabilities in social life as well as development. Through this day, government takes stock of the achievements made in serving persons with disabilities, the challenges encountered, and comes with a way forward to serving them well. Right Honorable Speaker, the disability situation in Uganda. The Persons with Disabilities Act 2020 defines disability as a substantial functional limitation of a person's daily life activities caused by physical, mental, or sensory impairment and environmental barriers, resulting into limited participation in society on equal basis with others and includes an impairment. Right Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament, Schedule 3 of the Persons with Disabilities Act 2020 provides for disability categories and impairments to include: 1, we have physical disability caused by cerebral palsy, amputation of a limb, paralysis, or deformity. Part B is hearing disability, including deafness and hard of hearing
disability. We have visual disability, including blindness and low vision disability. D, we have deaf-blind disability, mental disability, including psychiatric disability and learning disability. We have little people, we have people with albinism and multiple disabilities. Right Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament, colleagues, according to Uganda Bureau of Statistics, disability monographic study of 2019, disability prevalence stood at 14%, 15% for female and 12% of the male, of the 40.3 million population of Uganda at that time. This translates to about 5,642,000 Ugandans with disability. According to the same UBOS report, multiple disabilities where majority of invisible categories of the disability fall, which constitutes 36%, 1.4 million of persons with disabilities. Disability was found to increase significantly with age, and disability among people aged 85 years and above was found to be at 71%. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members of Parliament, government is committed to addressing the concerns and needs that come with the increased number of persons with disabilities through eliminating all forms of neglect, abuse, and violence, as provided under Article 32 and 35 of the Constitution of Uganda, while promoting recognition of their contribution to the national development. Right Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament, since the inception of the commemoration of this day, the following positive impact has been registered. There has been increased awareness and advocacy about disability, care and management through stakeholder collaboration, especially with the civil society organizations. Appreciation of capacities and contributions of persons with disability to the national development, thereby enhancing inclusion in the development through exhibitions and testimonies of persons with disabilities during documentations. Enhanced government support towards programs of persons with disabilities, especially in the areas of livelihood, care, and support. There has been improved legal and policy frameworks, both at global and national level, that are aimed at protecting the rights of persons with disabilities. And Madam Speaker, to this, I want to thank this Parliament because we have so many laws now that are inclusive of people with disabilities. The theme of the International Day of Persons with Disabilities 2021. Right Honorable Speaker, the global theme of this year is leadership and participation of people with disabilities towards an inclusive, accessible, and sustainable post-COVID-19. Our domesticated national theme is not all disabilities are visible, a call for a stronger post-COVID-19 agenda. This was purposefully selected to draw attention to the fact that many times invisible disabilities, which are hydrocephalus, autism, mental disability, albinism, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, and deaf-blind, are not always profiled like others, such as the blindness and physical disability. Right Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament, this year's theme is in line with the principle of leaving no one behind, as highlighted in the SDG and NDP 3, among other frameworks. The theme is further aimed at strengthening and amplifying awareness for invisible disabilities and increasing mainstreaming of persons with invisible disabilities in all development planning processes and empowering them to attain their full potential. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the main categories of invisible disabilities in Uganda include mental disability, including slow learners or intellectual disability. This is generally characterized by a combination of abnormal thoughts, perceptions, emotional behavior, and relationships with others, and inability to comprehend or remember what is taught in class or even in society. This category of disability is not much understood and is worse when children who are frequently perceived as naughty, stubborn, or ill-mannered by their families and communities, and in most cases may not be given the required support. Part B, spina bifida, which involves spinal and defects hydrocephalus, which relates to build-up of fluids in the brain, cerebral palsy, which relates to congenital disorder that affects posture, Down syndrome, which relates to congenital disorder that affects physical movement, autism, which relates to defects in social skills. These categories of disabilities are considered invisible because of their complex presentation, stigma, and discrimination attached to them, and limited statistics on them. Most times, these conditions present as multiple disabilities. And maybe to add, sometimes in society, they are regarded as witchcraft, which causes them. Deaf-blind. Deaf-blind is another complex condition or double disability difficulty to comprehend by some members of society and sometimes associated with witchcraft. Related to the above is the complex forms of communication like tactile, sign language, and lip reading are not easily understood by many people, including parents and caregivers. It thus becomes difficult for them to understand the needs of these persons and they end up ignoring them. Albinism is another invisible disability that arises from a rare group of genetic disorder that cause skin, hair, or eyes to have little or no color. It is indivisible in the sense that it's not understood, and in some neighboring countries, these persons have been sacrificed through witchcraft as a source of wealth. Girls and women with disabilities can also be contextually categorized as invisible groups of persons with disabilities due to cultural stereotypes that puts them to a double burden on them. Girls and women with disabilities face a double-edged sword arising from gender-based violence. It's estimated that 1 in every 5 women is a woman with disability. This is from Disability and Gender-Based Violence, ADB 2011. For women with disabilities, GBV is often associated with a disability-based discrimination, but also associated with the myths and the stereotypes attached to girls with disability and women with disabilities, which promote sexual and gender-based violence and harassment. For example, it was reported that girls and women with disability are sometimes raped and used as sexual objects to cure HIV/AIDS. And I think I cautioned the gentleman. You know, we don't have fixed partners, and sometimes you think we are free. You keep sneaking, and many of you will be sneaking and get HIV/AIDS. Venue and chief guest for the national commemoration, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to caution. Right, Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament, since the special inception of this day, Uganda has been organizing celebrations on regional rotational basis. However, with the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, since the year 2020, the day has been commemorated scientifically. This year, the venue is going to be State House Entebbe with a few invited guests. Right, Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament, the chief guest for the National Day is His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. What are the efforts made by government to promote the rights of persons with disabilities? Right, Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament, government has registered significant progress in realization, promotion, and protection of the rights of persons with disabilities through the following interventions. Enactment of the Person with Disability Act 2020. The law provides for the protection and promotion of rights of persons with disabilities, and this is in fulfillment of the constitutional mandate under Article 35 on protection of the rights of persons with disabilities. Part B, the education sponsorship program under the Joint Admission Board has increased the percentage of students with disability to 60%. This is in addition to affirmative action provided by the Higher Education Financing Board that prioritizes the applicants with disability. And maybe I need to note here that in the Higher Financing Board, Madam Speaker, students with disabilities, both art and science, are considered for the loan scheme. The affirmative action on political representation. We now have representatives of persons with disabilities across all political structures of the country. That is from the village to the national level. representation of persons with disabilities on boards and commissions. This has been very crucial in ensuring inclusive programming and development, since persons with disabilities now have a voice in these boards and commissions. Percentage allocation of funds for persons with disabilities under the parish development model. Madam Speaker, it has been proposed that persons with disabilities under the parish development model will be allocated 10% of funds, in addition to incorporating the structures of persons with disabilities within the management of the funds. This will go a long way in supporting our beneficiaries to partake of the program in an inclusive manner. Madam Speaker, there has been an increase of the special grant for persons with disabilities, and again, I will thank this Parliament for doing that as part of an affirmative action to capacity people with disability access other programs easily. Persons with disabilities are grateful to government for honoring their request to increase the special grant for persons with disabilities from 5 billion in 2021 to 9.6 billion in financial year 2021 to 2022. During the last financial year, the ministry managed to disperse grants to 834 PWDs, households to start income-generating activities. In this financial year, 2021-2022, my ministry will disperse grants to 1,535 PW households, of which 78 households have already received the grants in the first and second quarter. And my ministry, Madam Speaker, for information, are verifying the new groups for this last third quarter. The demand for the grant is high, yet the budget is limited. My appeal to honorable members is to request to you to support my ministry and raise this budget of the grant to 16.15 billion. This will enable us to reach 24,000 households, targeting 36,000 persons with disabilities and who need to support to start income-generating activities. Right Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament, the grants are a preparation and a grooming ground for persons with disabilities to understand how to manage enterprises, reduce vulnerability, increase household incomes, and reduce exclusion from society. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament, I wish to acknowledge and appreciate the honorable members of Parliament for their efforts in enacting legislation and budget allocations towards disability empowerment. I urge members of Parliament to participate in the district commemorations and interact with persons with disabilities to better understand their concerns. I conclude with an appeal to honorable members of Parliament to always support and mobilize resources for persons with disabilities, especially the increment of the special grant for persons with disabilities to 16 billion for the financial year 2022-2023. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I submit for God and my country. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We'll debate this for 20 minutes and we'll move to the next item. Commissioner.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the statement. And specifically, I want to thank the Minister for the support that this time, as we are celebrating the International Day for People Living with Disabilities, we are going to get in Bujiri district, the bicycles. Honorable Minister, we are very grateful. As Bujiri district, we are going to get we call them the wheelchairs. We are very grateful for their 120 wheelchairs on behalf of the people of Bujiri. And Right Honorable Speaker, we should put a lot of effort as Parliament to support people living with special abilities. Before I came to Parliament, when I was working in the NGO field, we used to refer to them as people living with special abilities, not just people living with disabilities. So as Parliament, we should stand strong as we support this group, because all of us at a given time, you never know what can happen, and you start living with a special ability. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Commissioner. Pius?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank the ministry for supporting my people with disability in my constituency. 17 groups have been supported with 65 million. I thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to call upon the people with disability to always have high self-confidence and always compete favorably without fearing that they have a disability. For example, I'll give myself an example. During campaigns, I won people who had too big eyes. Me personally, a person with 1.5 eyes, beautiful eyes, I beat 2 serious people with the big eyes. But if I had no confidence, I would not compete. So I call upon people with disability, not always fear to compete with people without disability. Right Honorable Speaker, I said this disability does not mean inability. Another thing, Right Honorable Speaker, the number of people with disability is increasing. As the minister has told us, that it's almost 30% out of the 40 million Ugandans.
Pius, there is an order.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Pius has mentioned that he beat people with 2 big eyes. I am just wondering, Right Honorable Speaker, what he means by beating, but also he should explain what big eyes mean, because I mean,
Honorable Sarah, you're about to go and check whether he has 2 eyes or not.
Right Honorable Speaker,
what Honorable is saying, during the elections, if you're attentive enough, during the elections, people who were not disabled like himself, he's just emphasizing that he's disabled. He's a representative of disability. That because he's disabled, you should not, disability is not inability. That much as you're disabled, you're able to do what those who are not disabled can do. So is in order. Can you continue just a minute?
Okay,
The next time I'm going to ask Sarah to go and check the level of disability.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. To be specific, I want people with eyes like Honorable Opendi Sarah. That's just an example. Right Honorable Speaker, as I was saying, that the number of people with disability in Uganda have increased. To the level we have like almost 30% of the people in Uganda are disabled. And they are being represented by only a few people. I call upon, these are 8 million people. I call upon we increase the number of people representing people with disability at all levels of leadership in the country. I beg to submit.
Members, we are limiting the debate. And as you've heard, much as your Honorable is talking about increasing the number, actually you didn't come under disability. You came in your own right as a member of parliament. But we must also thank government for this time around giving us a minister of disability. The inclusion has been made. Cecilia?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I've looked at the presentation of the minister, and he seems to be appreciating what has been achieved. We asked for this, for special grant, we have been given, we have asked. So everything is perfect as far as the needs for the disabled is concerned, which is very surprising. I was thinking that the minister would highlight for us what are the areas of gaps where Parliament would help the disabled and maybe improve on their welfare and so on. Right, Honorable Speaker, I am definitely, by virtue of age, I'm already in that class of disability. And I would like to highlight a few things of interest to categories of people like us. First of all, if you come to Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, to walk that long stairs that bring us into the whole year, you require support. Now, right now, the people with disability have to be carried up to. Now, why don't we have rails, knowing very well that right now we have disability as a matter of reality, as members of Parliament? We should be having rails. Right Honorable Speaker, even toilet facilities, we don't have. People with disability have to keep moving up and down to look for where they can find washroom with gadgets to support them. So these are obvious issues. What about in areas, in public institutions? What about in hotels? What about in public areas? These areas are not being looked at as a matter of policy. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm requesting the minister to design for us or make proposal for more inclusive, responsive policies that would holistically take care of the needs of the disabled. What I can tell you right now is that COVID is a reality with us. How much has the government done to touch the lives of the disabled through this various COVID intervention? A disabled is taken like any other person, and yet for them to access health facilities is a challenge. So these are areas, Right Honorable Speaker, that I feel very disappointed about. I would have expected the minister as a victim herself. She's herself a disabled person, just like I am. We should have probably put our heads together, caucused, and come up with a better presentation for Parliament to consider our needs, because nobody can speak for us unless we can speak for ourselves better. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Take note that we need inclusive and responsive policies on people with a disability. You actually go to some buildings like Supreme Court. A person with a disability cannot climb up. There are no lifts. So as government, you should not be able to hire such kind of places that do not cater for people with a disability. But also, much as you're disappointed, Honorable Cecilia, there is a difference between disability and elderly. Gilbert.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate the Honorable Minister for the good statement. Right Honorable Speaker, I am the patron for the Disability Union in Amoro District. They appointed me to be their patron. Right Honorable Speaker, disability is not inability. I am quite happy when the minister is appealing to Parliament. That comes next financial year. Parliament should support the increments of the disability grant to 16 billion. Right, Honorable Speaker, is very important to support the person with disability. If you move in the villages, in homes where we have children with disability, many people do not care much about the disabled persons. If you look at the houses where they sleep, they normally prioritize the children who are able against the children who are disabled. Right, Honorable Speaker, we need to take this very seriously. Therefore, when we are increasing the grant to support persons with disability, the ministry and the government should make sure this grant reaches the person who is deep there in the village. Right now, as I speak, the disabled persons in my district, Amoro, have never benefited from the government programs. They normally hear about the disability grants. They normally hear that government is supporting, but if you go on the ground, you will never find anyone benefiting. At this time, Right Honorable Speaker, when Parliament is considering, let it reach the person who is deep in the village, in my village Amoro, in Katakwi, in Bukedia, everywhere, is very important, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
Actually, maybe the people with a disability made a mistake to choose a person who is not disabled. Because once you're disabled, you should talk about it, you should showcase on disability. So because for you, if you are talking about disability, that's why you've not benefited. But one thing we need to encourage is to increase on the budget of disability and inclusion of everybody. We should reduce stigma on the people who are disabled. First of all, there's even stigma on the people who are patrons. They fear talking about it. Yeah. So we should get a disabled to be a patron, so that he's able to speak about it, showcase about it, and change the livelihood of the people who are suffering from disability. But at the same time, we also need to make sure that the disability are catered for. I like the way you stand when the speaker is speaking. Include the disability in terms of education, in terms of technology innovation, in terms of sports. The disability must be catered for. Giving sports, education loans must be, they should take priority on people with a disability, and also employ them in workplaces. They should get decent work.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. With your indulgence and in line with the rules of procedure, allow me to submit while seated. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for the report. I want to appeal to government regarding what we call assistive devices. And these are crutches, wheelchairs, hearing aids, and many other things that people with disabilities use to survive. Many years ago, we had orthopedic workshops in different districts. Right Honorable Speaker, all those workshops have since, I don't know what happened to them, but they no longer exist, including the one of Mulago. Now, these workshops used to manufacture wheelchairs and all the assistive devices here. Right now, people with disabilities have no wheelchairs, they have no assistive devices, and just like you see Honorable Samo and myself, without these crutches that we have, we cannot come here. We cannot do anything without the assistive devices. And colleagues will agree with me. Some of my friends here sometimes think I am the one who can access wheelchairs. And they keep coming and telling me, how can you help us to get wheelchairs for our people? So I want to say that access to assistive devices for persons with disabilities is a primary duty of the government. And therefore, government should revamp the orthopedic workshops, because a wheelchair is 3 million shillings. It's also expensive for me, who is a member of parliament. What about the people who are very poor? The second issue, Right Honorable Speaker, is about education. the invisible disabilities that we are talking about in the theme, there are no schools that can accommodate these kinds of children. And we are not talking about exclusive education. We are talking about inclusive education. The law says that schools should be inclusive. The UPE, the UCE schools must have the accommodations for these kinds of children. They must have special needs teachers. Right, Honorable Speaker, most schools have no special needs teachers. There is no access to bathrooms. There is no access to classrooms. And I think government should start thinking about making all schools accessible to children with disabilities if you are going to talk about inclusive education. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Members, 2 minutes. Lillian.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, talking about disability, everybody here is a candidate. And therefore it touches the heart of everyone in this house. And I want to join the world in commemorating that day on 3rd of December. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to bring to your attention and a challenge which is in northern Uganda. A new form of disability, and that is the nodding syndrome, Right Honorable Speaker. Besides having the challenge of the nodding syndrome, Right Honorable Speaker, the parents of these victims are crippled. They cannot do anything apart from attending to these victims. Besides that, the young girls are also being raped by the same locals within the area, and nothing is being done about it. It is my humble appeal through the minister, through you, Right Honorable Speaker, that the minister takes her time to visit these areas with patients, victims of nodding syndrome. It's a worrying situation. I am wondering why a report has not come out up to date about the causes of this nodding syndrome and why there is a blind eye on planning for these patients. Right Honorable Speaker, we need immediate intervention of government. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, it pains my heart a lot when I see those who gave their youthful age to serve this country. Some of them were in the military and attained injuries and became disabled, and they cannot access their pension up to today. They can't move to Kampala every day to follow up on this pension. It is my humble appeal that we take keen in paying the pension so that these people can live happily. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, as a woman, if you go to the labor wards in this country, there is no facility for women with disability. They can hardly climb up there to give birth. I pray, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Ministry of Health enrolls in providing standard beds for women who are disabled to give birth normally and comfortably. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Dan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the minister for the statement. But Right Honorable Speaker, originally as a country, we had the diseases that used to cripple our people and therefore cause disability. This government has fought so hard and vaccinated the children of this country. And you would expect that disability would be at the reducing scale. However, there are upcoming issues that are affecting our people and causing disability, and I would implore the minister and your ministry to examine critically these areas and address them in specific terms. Border industry. You can be sure in Mulago, there is a ward called border ward. And people are there, they spend a year and they leave the ward disabled. There is no management of the industry. There is uncontrolled alcohol intake, which is causing most of our young children to go berserk and they become mentally disabled. We need to address those areas. There is an area of nodding disease that she has just highlighted. Right, Honourable Speaker, through you, I would request the minister to take specific interest in the children with nodding disease and profile the percentages that are affected by this disease and subsequently become disabled. These ones are not disabled. They're in a horrible state. I got an opportunity to visit Omoro, I think last year or the other year. When you look at these children, you lose appetite of eating because you feel so painful. It is so painful, a process. So I would request you, through you,
Judith, Flavia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to add my voice to commemorate the day for our people with disability. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the government and the minister for continuous, constant contribution that's making towards this cause. However, Right Honorable Speaker, we still have challenges with these grants which are not tailor-made, because we have to be strategic, because these people have the unique characters with this disability deformations. Right Honorable Speaker, if we continue to grant this, give this contribution to the people living with disability, then we have to look at skilling them as one way of sustaining the people with disability, because most of these activities that require us to apply energy, they do not, they are unable to perform it. So my issue here is that we introduce the skilling and innovation that can support their income. I happened to read a report produced by International Labour Organization that gives us a data that 1 to 7% of people living with disability contribute to our GDP. I beg to submit.
Flavia.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to thank the Minister for the good submission and the theme, not all disabilities are visible. Madam Speaker, sign language is a right, and it is an integral part of the communication world over. Madam Speaker, this is to ensure accessibility of the people living with disabilities to services, workplaces, and other amenities. And it is in line with the 2030 agenda of leaving no one behind. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Gender is mandated to spearhead policy that enforces special interest groups inclusion. When will the Ministry of Gender reach us at a stage of having a sign language interpreter for every sector, for every meeting, for every event, for every conference, including, Madam Speaker, the speeches of His Excellency, the President of Uganda, where most of these people who have such disabilities never benefit from the speeches that His Excellency, the President of this country, makes to the nation.
Thank you. Sign language and interpretation is very important. We have out of the 7 billion people, 15% are disabled in one way or the other. And outside there, they would want to know, even understand what we deliberate in this house. So if we even don't have somebody who can do a sign language or interpret for Parliament, then we need to do something.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I want to thank our Honorable Minister for a great statement about people with disability. through you, Right Honorable Speaker, I request the government should always put special interview centers for people with disabilities. Sometimes people apply for jobs, but they cannot access the centers to do interviews. So definitely they are left out. Yet you find they qualify, they have the capacity, but they cannot move to examination centers or interview centers, which are usually put in place or where they are supposed to go and do interviews. So I request the government, the Ministry of Public Service should always consider that and know there are some people who cannot come to Kampala, who cannot move from our villages like in Tungamo to come to centers like Mbarara to do interviews. Two, we should always have legal aid support to people with disabilities. Some women, some girls are raped, but they cannot get justice. So the government should put a fund whereby when a person with a disability reports something about such serious cases like rape, being oppressed in families, disabled people whose lands are grabbed, especially the deaf, the blind, they cannot access justice. They can get assistance from government through getting lawyers because most of them do not have the capacity to hire lawyers. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
I had not given you. Okay.
For the record, I'm Muhai Miriam, the woman representative from Mbale District. I also want to re-echo and appreciate the Honorable Minister for the report and for the support that they've endeavored to offer to the people living with disabilities. Government has been able to support the senior citizens, and there is a grant that they get on a monthly basis. My suggestion is government should look at a special grant for the children with disabilities and help our children out there who are born with disabilities to ensure that they get support. Today in Uganda, children are struggling to study, though we have UPE, but parents struggle to ensure that they get all the requirements for our children in school. But a parent who is having a child with disability gets a double cost to ensure that this child goes to school, to ensure that they are safe. So my suggestion to the ministry is that we consider having a disability grant for the children with disability. I thank you.
Thank you, Mariam. Members, you will debate in the subsequent items. Let's hear from the shadow of gender.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For purposes of record, I'm Nantongo Fortunate Rose, the Shadow Minister for Gender, Labour and Social Development. I would like to appreciate the statement made by the Gender Minister on the persons with disabilities. However, Right Honorable Speaker, as indicated by many of the members in this House, we are preparing to return to school in January. However, we have clearly indicated that the education system in Uganda does not cater for persons with disabilities. It is true that disability is not inability. However, disability is associated with limited income. This implies that the parents with children with disabilities have limited capacity to pay school fees for their children to access education. We as the opposition propose that the government should come up with a policy that can provide free education to the children with disabilities. We are well aware that there are UPE and USC. However, Right Honorable Speaker, we indicate that this is not inclusive enough for the children with disabilities. Therefore, we need the government to come up with a policy that can provide free education, free health care to the children with persons with disabilities, and also the equipment used by the persons with disabilities. The high prices are indicative of the high taxes that are imposed therein. Therefore, we propose that equipment used by the persons with disabilities, yes, Commissioner.
Madam, your seat.
Shadow Minister, for giving way. The information I wanted to give you, just to add on the prayer that the government should consider helping children with disability. There is a category of disability, which is mainly in children, called spinal bifida and hydrocephalus. Madam Speaker, this kind of disability is very expensive. And our parents, our mothers who have those children with disabilities suffer a lot in terms of meeting the medicine and other related costs. But they incur those costs as individuals, and it is so costly, and that has resulted in them thinking that giving birth to such a child is a burden, is a curse, and many of them have abandoned them. So I wanted to give the information that is there, and therefore government should think of social protection program aimed at.
Can you sit? You are the one who gave him permission, and the minister is going to respond after. You gave your time.
Madam Speaker, government should think of social protection program that is aimed at enhancing these related costs that are affecting, that our parents are facing. Otherwise, I want to thank the honorable members for the positive submission on issues of disability, but also consider the increment that the minister has prayed for, so that we get this money and it comes in your constituencies.
Honorable Minister,
Thank
can
you.
you respond to the issues raised? Honorable Muyingo, are you a Minister of Gender?
Can I say something before she responds? Right, Honorable Speaker.
On education, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I just want to put right the record. I've heard my colleague this side saying that the government doesn't favor people with a disability, and I don't want this impression to members to go with this wrong information, because the government of Uganda has made education free, right from primary, secondary. We have universal primary, universal secondary, and even in this there are people with disability. We have every year, this parliament has been passing a budget to cater for people with disability. We have in place a loan scheme, a student loan scheme. Gadgets are provided, are included from part of the money that is provided. And even UNEB, when they're doing exams, there are these examination bodies have special arrangements for people with disability.
Honorable, she talked about free education for the disabled. Now you're talking about a loan. What the disabled want is free education for people with a disability. Up to university level. It's not a loan. The presumption is that because they are disabled, they are not able to work, they cannot be able to get money to pay for education. So what the House is saying, we need free education for the people with a disability. Yes, Minister.
Information.
Honorable Minister, on education.
Right, Honorable.
It's actually food for thought for you to see how you amend. You don't have to.
I've taken a note, right, Honorable.
Yeah.
And,
take note.
And I just wanted also him to go with that information that even the equipment are tax-free.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the colleagues for the good comments they have made, but I wanted to report that issues of disability are cross-cutting and they go to all spheres of life, health, education, and whatever. My ministry is only a coordinating agency to ensure that people with disabilities achieve and attain their rights. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank this Parliament for the Act of 2020. That act provides rights for people with disabilities in all sectors, the sports you talked about, the recreation, the health. And my ministry, right now, we are almost at the final stages of finalizing the regulations. These regulations, I want to believe, if completed, will make the disabled get their rights, because we are going to get to litigation on issues of disability, on how they are included, because it's going to unpack the whole act and people will be able to handle them. Right, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to make a comment on the special grant. The special grant is demand driven. And as I talk now, we have 31 districts which have not applied for this grant because either people like Amuru, where is Amuru? It was Honorable Olanya, the patron. They could have not applied, but it's them to make an application through their local government, through the DCDO's office. It's assessed and sent to the national level to be given money. So I want to encourage him to check. If he doesn't have the guidelines, he can get to me and I guide him on how the people can apply. I want to agree that issues of assistive devices, these are great. But Madam Speaker, I recognize that once you have been given a platform of where you can bring your issues, for me, that's where I want to appreciate that we shall continue demanding. Some of our things are very expensive, but I wanted to remove from the minister shadow that issues that affect disabled people are we don't have taxation, including the vehicles. I think you see most of my colleagues are driving cars which are not with the red number plates. If you qualify to be a disabled, please enjoy it. Some of us want to pay taxes, so we drive a black number plate. But those who want to get those cars, Mama Cecilia, you are now moving from elder, then disability. Next time you will get that red number plate and you'll enjoy part of what government of Uganda has put in place. And I want to say the government is hearing whenever we have our complaints. Madam Speaker, these things are brought on. And when I'll be making my speech, I have the details of almost all the challenges people brought. Mama Cecilia told me, look at the preventive measures. I want to say that the Prime Minister of Uganda, during the cabinet presentation, already talked about the border accidents and how do we curb borders, especially in the city, because there are too many. They are really causing a lot of accidents and a lot of more disabilities. And I think that's one of the areas that people are getting more broken and they'll want crutches like this expensive. This one of mine is very expensive. A normal person cannot get, because I get them from the US. So you might have to look for them anywhere. But I want to thank you, and we shall pray that the different MDAs will come on board to support disability. Madam Speaker, I pledge as a minister, this is my area, and this is where I get votes. We shall always see that we shall work.
Information.
Together. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And I want to thank the members of Parliament for uplifting the plight of the people with disability. Honorable Minister, much as you say that your ministry is a coordinating agency, one of the things that you need to do is monitoring of what is happening, and we would wish to hear from you on what is happening with the COVID. I mean, the nodding disease, you will come and present to this house. Not for now. We need an information on the nodding children in the northern Uganda and what your office has done to help the nodding children. We also need information on what was raised by members on people with a disability, on especially their payments, which are pending, that ought to be paid, and what policies you're putting in place. As I said before, when you go to Supreme Court, There is not an inclusion of people with a disability. Even just what members raised on interpretation, the sign language, we need to get that. And we also need to reduce the stigma. I wish you could sit, madam.
Madam, I have a problem of accessibility. That's why I say I don't even sit here. And I don't have special consideration as a special minister. You know, I'm very special, but maybe you need to give me a very special chair here with arms so that helps me
Please.
to get up. But madam, I wanted to comment on nodding this is with your permission. Before I became a minister of the chairperson of Equal Opportunities, I moved the whole of Kitgum, Padero, Moro, where to check on children with disabilities. And I know there's a report on nodding this is in this parliament. And the Minister of Health had even, you remember we even fought for a special budget for nodding diseases. But on the 17th, I think on the 18th, I've already been invited by the Archbishop Odama on the issue of nodding disease. I will be in, I think it's Kitgum, and we shall start the process, madam, and take your advice. Thank you so much.
Okay, Helen, you must appreciate that we've never had a minister of disability. You are the first of its kind. So we need a report from the minister, not from health. And we also need to make sure that there is an inclusion of people with a disability. And when you look at, it's now 15 years since we adopted the UN Convention on the rights of people with a disability. And this is the best time for us to promote the unprecedented space for people with a disability as per Article 35 of the Constitution. So we need to promote and remove stigma from people with a disability. Member, thank you so much for participating in this debate. Next item.
Item 3.2 on the order paper, statement by Minister on the commemoration of the World AIDS Day.
Minister of Presidency. Hajat, since when did you become a Minister of Presidency?
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here to represent the Minister for Presidency. She's out of the country and she permitted me to come and present.
Hajat, we have 3 ministers in presidency. Next item.
Item number 4 on the order paper, motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow 65.6 million special drawing rights, equivalent to United States dollars 90 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group to finance the Uganda Secondary School Education Expansion Project.
Yes, Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, when a minister is away, she can delegate another minister to present or to act on her behalf. But the minister who is here, she's a minister from the Office of the Presidency.
I should have got a letter in writing, like when Honorable Muhes is away, he writes and says, I am away, I am sending so and so to represent me. I have already made a ruling to that effect, Hajat. There are 3 ministers in presidency. It's not only 1 minister.
She's one of them.
Next item.
Item 4 on the order paper, motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow 65.6 million special drawing rights, equivalent to United States dollars 90 million from the IDA of the World Bank Group to finance the Uganda Secondary School Education expansion project.
Honorable Chair,
Thank you very much.
procedure.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, aware that this parliament has been approving several loans, and especially in the sector of education, we have approved very many loans, Right Honorable Speaker. In principle, I agree with the loan, but Right Honorable Speaker, wouldn't it be procedure right for us to first review the performance of the previous loans, especially in the education sector, before we approve this loan? But in principle, I would support because it is for the expansion of the secondary schools. But wouldn't it be procedure right for us to first review the performance of the other loans? Like in my constituency, the construction of all the city schools that were under the loans are not, there is nothing going on, and people are now next. Wouldn't it be procedure right to review and then we can approve this loan?
That is a good idea. And can I have first the Minister of Finance to move this motion? The Minister of Finance. Then the report will be read by the chair.
Right, right, Honorable Speaker.
I am saying I want a Minister of Finance. Yes, Dr. Kefa.
My procedural point, Right Honorable Speaker, is that our rules of procedure prohibit us debating in anticipation. So the matter that my good friend Solomon has raised is in anticipation of a report being presented.
That's why I've called the Minister of Finance to come and present the motion. I didn't take his request. Minister of Finance should present the motion.
Right Honorable Speaker, I seek your guidance. I was asked to stand in for the Minister of Finance. And now that it's not done in writing, what do I?
Members, under normal circumstances, The Minister of Finance is supposed to come and bring the motion, which will either be seconded or not. And then the chairperson of the committee will read this report. Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm going to inform the Minister of Finance to be here tomorrow so that he can come and read this motion tomorrow here in Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you. We push this item to tomorrow. That is a monitor way of doing things. And Prime Minister, that's why you find, I really tell you to make your ministers to be in the house. Because now when your ministers are not around, it makes things not work out. Next item.
Item 4, on item 5 on the order paper, responses by ministers to urgent questions. On the recurrent fatalities arising from incessant bomb grenade explosions in Nakaseke district, including one that claimed the lives of 3 children in Semuto, Nakaseke district on 29th October 2021, and the need for compensation of the affected families, matter raised by Honorable Najuma Sara.
Government. Minister of Internal Affairs.
Honorable Minister, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm going to notify Minister of Internal Affairs because they're in a meeting, they are not here. So I'm going to notify them so that they can come and respond to these questions.
Members, this order paper was uploaded yesterday. And the presumption is that everybody had access to it. It is a total contempt of Parliament for you not to come and respond to what is on the order paper. It is also lack of respect for Parliament. Let's have respect for each other. Next. Yes.
Honorable Minister.
There is a law.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Your guidance, I think, is well appreciated from the right side of the Speaker. But in a very, very worrying way, we are losing time as Parliament. And before you know it, this house is going to be half empty. Members going for games, and the holiday is coming close. One of the reasons why I resisted the overtures of my brother who wanted us to postpone our statement on the COVID surge was that the front bench is actually sleeping on duty. And they want us to sleep with them on duty. And we're not going to accept that. Right Honorable Speaker, the front bench on the right side of the Speaker should be notified that we are not going to join them in wasting time and taxpayers' money. It's not the first time, because the Minister of Finance, I wanted to ask him on this SDR. I can't put the Honorable Minister of Education, to pin him to answer on SDRs when delegated. Yet we have issues on them, right, Honorable Speaker. So the Prime Minister must commit. If they are not around, the rules allow them to ask the Speaker to suspend Parliament and we do other business in the committees. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Prime Minister, I want to refer you to Rule 114. When you look at Rule 114, for any ministry, the minister, or at least a minister of state, shall attend a sitting of the House. Where none of them is able to attend, the minister shall request another minister to represent that ministry's interest in the House and notify the Speaker accordingly. For your information, I wasn't notified. There is an aspect of notification. So you need to take note of that. And we shouldn't take this really simply, members. And the problem when we are following the rules, then tomorrow you go to cabinet complaining that I hate you. I don't mind whether whatever you say. You must do the correct things.
Item 5.2, response by the Honorable Minister of Education and Sports on the failure by MS Hamis Chigundu to adhere to contractual obligations to complete the development of Nachivubo War Memorial Stadium within the prescribed 2-year period, and the need for government to consider opting for open bidding to develop the complex and for Parliament to investigate the matter raised by Honorable Musingu's Yona.
Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Atkins, we are taking a lot of time. Let's get a response from him.
Madam,
please let him first give the report, then you will speak. Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is our response. Section 3.1 of the addendum number 1 to the Public-Private Partnership Agreement for the redevelopment and upgrading of Nachivubo War Memorial Stadium between the trustees of Nachivubo War Memorial Stadium and Ham Enterprise Uganda Limited of May 2017 states that, quote, the private party shall complete the works herein agreed within a period not exceeding 5 years from the date of execution of this addendum, close quotation. Furthermore, there is an addendum number 2, which provides for extension of 3 years. Right Honorable Speaker and dear colleagues, addendum number 1 was made on the 10th day of May 2017, and addendum number 2 was signed on the 15th of March 2019, in which Article 3.1 stipulates, open quote, in accordance with the mutual strategic benefits for both parties, best investment practices, and in line with the enhancement in the magnitude of works, quality, and the financial requirements, the developer is hereby granted an additional 3 years on top of the 5 years earlier agreed in which to complete the works. An indication that Ham Enterprises Limited is still having a running contract save for the hindrances in construction works during the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown. The Ministry of Education and Sports, therefore, will continue engaging Ham Enterprise to ensure that this important project is delivered on time. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Next. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My procedural issue was anchored on the fact that now the Minister for Security is in the House. I wouldn't it be procedural right, Madam Speaker, to focus on issues that are of security matter, especially the report, but more importantly, or also importantly, Madam Speaker, tomorrow is World AIDS Day. Tomorrow. I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, whether we want to go down in the history of the world to be a parliament that failed to recognize the importance and significance of the day by having the Minister for Health absent. And as we continue with the day's business, Madam Speaker, would it be procedural right for the Chief Whip to
Honorable Karshabe, we have the order paper with us, and we are following what is on the order paper. This business of smuggling in issues. You're smuggling in the Minister I think you people just like Jim.
We love Jim.
No, can we proceed with the order paper? Please, next item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Item 5.2B, response by the Minister of Education and Sports on the qualification and selection criteria for the sports persons that constitute Uganda contingents to international sports engagements such as the Olympics.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the qualification and selection criteria for sports persons to participate in international sports activities or competitions, such as Olympics, is by the qualification determined by the systems set by those individual international federations. Each competition has designed qualifying events and specific periods that are used to determine qualification in line with the international federation of that particular sport. It's important here to note that it is the mandate of each national sports federation or association, with the support from National Council of Sports on behalf of government, to constitute, qualify, and prepare sports persons to represent the country in international sports competition. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Item 5.2C, response by the Honorable Minister of Education and Sports on the status update on the situation at Good School of Health Sciences following a strike by the students, a matter that was raised by Honorable Awol Betty Ochan.
Yes, procedure.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Not intending to derail the proceedings, I was trying to follow the questions as asked, and of course the rules require that the member with the question is notified. The rota for members to attend plenary, I wanted to get your assurance that the members with questions to be answered are again considered when the rota is being made by the whip, so that we do not have these issues returned back as those questions are not answered. Right Honourable Speaker.
I've not understood you.
All I'm saying, Right Honourable Speaker, the indulgence that these questions, as per the rules, as members who ask questions are supposed to be notified on the date and day their questions are going to be answered. But because of the COVID situation, members sit in groups. Can we confirm whether the members are so notified so that the answering coincides with their presence in the House, Right Honourable Speaker, to avoid members bringing the same issues? After all, the rules allow them to ask supplementary questions, Right Honourable.
The answer will be available and it's for everybody to have access to. So we'll advise the members. We'll advise the whips and the members, government chief whip, you advise your members on the questions that they raised and they have responded. And members, once you see in the order paper that your question is coming out, you come to the House. It's not, I mean, not, the rota is not cast on stone. Yes. Next.
And Madam Speaker, this order paper was circulated in good time. The response, Madam Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and all honorable members, Guru College of Health Sciences is one of the middle level training institutions that trains health practitioners in this country. In 2021, student unrest broke out at the college, with the students protesting an increase in fees and alleging that the college had inadequate teaching staff as well as poor feeding. The management, in collaboration with my ministry, were looking into the allegations when the schools were closed as part of the second lockdown. Unfortunately, when the health training institutions were allowed to reopen in mid-August 2021, the student unrest returned with the boycotting of classes. My ministry immediately dispatched an official to establish the facts on the ground. We listened to the students and appealed to them to return to class to allow for the amicable resolution of the matter. However, the student did not relent. As a result, on the 9th September 2021, after all efforts to resolve the situation turned out to be unfruitful, and following a request by the governing council, the Ministry of Education and Sports closed the institution. Right Honorable Speaker and dear colleagues, following wide stakeholders consultations, the issues around the unrest have been largely resolved. The college is now open, and we are now trying to recruit more staff as we get the funds. We appreciate your continued support, Madam Speaker, as we work towards sustainable solutions for the college and the students and the community. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I see the Honorable Hall here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Where is your mask?
I have been vaccinated. So those of you with masks are protecting me.
No.
I was fully vaccinated.
Put on your mask.
The mask is in my handbag, and the handbag is not here.
Next item. Next item.
Let me put on this mask.
Now, don't you see you even look smarter?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I know as a leader, we need to be exemplary. So it is okay.
First, thank you, Matt,
for your enforcement. Now, I actually ran. I was not here because I was caught up with some other engagements. And I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for the statement made. But I would like to ask this, that as members of Parliament, we have our people. We are their servant leaders. When they are in pain, what should we do? Because the moment we go and identify with them, that you are politicizing everything. Why are you politicizing? I thought that was part of our work. Like, for example, the institution is in my constituency, is in my city. I cannot close my eyes to the tear gas. I cannot close my eyes to the police deployment. And because I took action, I was properly, can I say, looked up as a bad person by the Honorable Minister and probably the ministry. And I want to tell you, Honorable Minister, even when our students are there, the issue still remains. And what brought about all this problem was the payment, the fees. Why do we put it so up high in a very poor area? Why can't you try to make this the same in Fort Fotol, in Bale, and then Gulu? Gulu, where poverty index is at 68%, you want people to pay even higher. So I love the statement, but I still think that the issue is not yet completely resolved, especially the payment. Yes, taken.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the supplementary issues that we need the minister to respond to is that right now, as we speak, students are back to school, but the school fees has not yet been reduced. According to the principal, she said she will contact the ministry to guide her. That is the major issue that brought the strike in the school. We would like the minister to clarify on that. When do you think you are going to revise the school fees to be at the same level? They are the same kind of college, but for Gulu is extremely high compared to other colleges. Two, right now, Right Honourable Speaker, the lecturers or the tutors, the strikes came about because the tutors are not there. The permanent tutors were not there. All the tutors who are teaching in Gulu, many of them were part-time tutors. We would like the minister to clarify, when are you going to deploy permanent tutors so that students get the quality that they deserve? Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of Gulu Clinical School should be handled with care. Thank you so much, Honourable all, for raising this matter.
Thank you, Honourable colleague. Right Honourable Speaker, the other issue is even the bursar was just transferred. And I think the issue of the transfer, I cannot interfere with, but why? At this material time, when things are being things are being worked on. So there are issues. We are only treating the symptoms. The underlying causes are still there. Honorable Minister, I interest you to work out on the underlying causes together with your board, the governing board. You should work out and let that school also be peaceful. We don't want to hear any other situation again.
Honorable Minister, you mean there's a difference between the fees paid in that school vis-a-vis in the other schools with teaching the same related disciplines? Is there a school fees problem?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, the dear colleagues. I can respond, but about tear gas, allow me not to talk about tear gas because I don't have tear gas. But how?
No, I am asking you about the disparity of fees.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm going to respond, and I'm saying that this is a matter that we have taken with a lot of interest, and the ministry working with the governing council has been meeting several times to find a lasting solution to all these problems, including the issue of school fees. We've noted there were some problems. That's what I'm saying, that very soon we shall be able to come back here and share with you the position. Chair, my sister there said, how far can they go as leaders in the community matters concerning the school? Right, Honorable Speaker, we do encourage the administrators of these institutions to work very, very closely with the leadership, local members of parliament, but would they move together, because these institutions are community institutions, and you cannot go away unless there is something funny, really. But otherwise, they are supposed to be a cordial working relationship. And where things are broken down, right, Honorable Speaker, it's important you draw it to our attention so that we put the principle to order. Right, Honorable Speaker, about staff, true we are having a shortage of staff in quite a number of. May I take that information, Madam Speaker?
Yeah. Get
Right,
the
but
information.
pardon?
Get it.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for giving way for me to provide this information. I am a member of the Committee of Education and Sports. And the information I want to give the Minister is that in a number of these institutions, the issue is not too much about the amount of fees, but the students are complaining about fees vis-a-vis their well-being. So for them, they wouldn't mind paying a little more, but they also want to see that the fees increment is commensurate to their well-being in terms of feeding, in terms of accommodation, the toilets and things like that. And Minister, you remember also as a way of information, there was that strike in Makerere some time back that we had to work on as a Committee of Education. And one of the things which came out clearly was the students said they were not too much complaining about the amount, but they want to see that the fees they pay is translated into their well-being. But as long as the fees the increment is not translated into their well-being, then they have a problem. And that is the problem across all institutions of learning in the country. Thank you.
Minister, the issue is value for money. If I am paying 1 million shillings, what do I benefit from that? That is where an issue is.
Madam Speaker, let me also ask one point of clarification so that it clarifies altogether. One other area of clarification, you say too soon. You say when you say too soon, the issue is being worked on and it's going to be worked on too soon. And this issue of Gulu School of Health Science was about 1.5 months ago. And you know what students are. Why do you delay too much? And my other issue is, if these students, if hostels have become too difficult to keep students in, why don't you allow them to also be to just get their level, to get their own accommodation, and you stop taxing them for accommodation and feeding, which is not commensurate to what they pay? Why don't you give them that freedom?
I imagine you're repeating the same thing.
Eh? No.
You're repeating the same thing, value for money.
Yes,
and that's what Honorable Emmanuel talked. Minister, can you clarify on that?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very useful information. I've taken a note, and actually these are some of the weaknesses we noted, and we are trying our best to get a permanent solution to it. But may I also remind you that when you go back to your constituencies, get to know that these institutions are managed on behalf of government by the management committees, on behalf of the stakeholders by the Board of Governors, the council. Sometimes some of us have not been, I don't know whether you are too busy, but we've tried to bypass these people. They also need to be recognized and supported. About the tutors, so far we have been able to recruit quite a number, and I think this is one of the schools that have greatly benefited in the recent recruitments. And we are carrying out, I think there is an advert that is running, again also as an effort to recruit more tutors for the health training institutions, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister, you need to keep the House updated on the status of the school, how far you have gone, and what is happening with the students vis-a-vis the lecturers. But at the same time, even as the politicians, we should not be seen to disorganize the management of the institution. Next item.
Item 5.2D, response by the Minister of Education and Sports on the failure by the Minister of Kampala, Capital City and Metropolitan Affairs, and the Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development to resolve the dispute between the management of Ntinda KCCA Primary School and St. Charles Ruanga Ntinda Catholic Church, in which the former blocked the access road to the church.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and dear colleagues, Ntinda Primary School is a government school built by the Protectorate government on government land in 1954. The school is under the management of Kampala Capital City Authority and is not a faith-based founded school. Ntinda Primary School is a universal primary education school and has an enrollment of 800 learners from the urban poor households in Ntinda and the neighboring areas. Uganda Land Commission, ULC, under Minute 13, 2016A, subsection 208 of 10th to 11th February 2016, offered KCCA and the Ministry of Education and Sports a 99-year lease on plot 20 to 26 Ntinda Road, on which Ntinda Primary School sits. However, Uganda Land Commission under Minute 13, 2016A, subsection 261 of 7th to 8th April 2016, offered a 5-year lease on the same land to the registered trustees of Kampala Archdiocese. Subsequently, the Archdiocese of Kampala vid letter number T 1308/16, dated 13th October 2016, requested the Ministry of Education and Sports to transfer ownership of Ntinda Primary School to St. Charles Ruanga Catholic Parish, Ntinda, Kampala Archdiocese. The request was accompanied with a proposal to redevelop the school and introduce a private wing to run consequently with the UPE program. The School Management Committee and the Kampala City KCCA protested to the Ministry of Education and Sports and the Land Commission, seeking for a cancellation of the 5-year lease title issued to the Archdiocese of Kampala. The matter is also before the High Court under civil suit number 885 of 2018, KCCA versus the Registered Trustee of Kampala Archdiocese and Uganda Land Commission. This suit is yet to be determined. Right Honorable Speaker, A number of events have since transpired around this matter, and the Ministry of Education and Sports will continue engaging all the concerned stakeholders to find an amicable solution to this matter. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister, what we expected of you is to tell us about access to the church. We don't want to know about who owns what. We want to know about the access. Are the parishioners able to go and worship? It's a government school. The church is a public property. And I'm surprised as a Catholic you can speak like that. I mean, it is access that we want. It's not ownership. The parishioners who are there are the owners of the children who are in that school. And I wish I was you. I would have solved that problem. Because you cannot deny people to places of worship. Can we hear from Minister of Kampala? Yes.
Clarification, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, the last time we were here, the Right Honorable Nabanja stood here on the floor and gave instructions, and the instructions were very clear, Right Honorable Speaker. The Right Honorable Prime Minister said, let the church access, the access be provided so that there is clear movement for people to access the church. Because this area, Right Honorable Speaker, has many Catholics. And the school we are talking about is a public institution. And the road is very wide if you do a physical visit of the area, because I always go to that area, Right Honorable Speaker. So, Right Honorable Speaker, wouldn't it be good, since the Prime Minister of this country already directed that the minister just comes to give us a methodology or a way that is going to implement the Prime Minister's directive so that they get the road?
Further clarification.
Actually, the minister is giving us a contra review of what the lead of government business had given.
Further clarification, Madam
Let's hear
Speaker.
from government chief whip
Further
first.
clarification, Madam Speaker, before.
You will speak
Thank you.
after.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I visited these two institutions on Thursday. I met the leadership of the parish of the Catholic Church, and I also met the management of the school. Right Honorable Speaker, what I can confirm is that the church now has access. The gate was built and the key is with the church priest. They have access. But Right Honorable Speaker, beyond that, there is a need for us as government to reconcile these two communities that we are staying together. This is not a matter of just debating and we direct, but I propose, like you guided, and I'm very glad you guided me very well, that we ensure that these communities which have been staying together for 38 years are reconciled. We look through their differences, and then we come back, we report when we have achieved the reconciliation on both sides. But for now, the church is accessing, I can confirm.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Macho.
Madam Speaker, I see the government chief whip, let me use my local language, has slapped the Minister of Education, who was assigned by the Prime Minister to solve a problem. Because what the government chief whip has submitted is what I expected the minister to submit. In the English of my friend from Kasese, who is not here, he would say the crossroads.
Sarah is reminding you whether you're blind.
Yeah. The Englishman, the English honorable from Kasese would say, now the ministry and also the Prime Minister is on the crossroads. Madam Speaker, that's why I always have an argument that since we have almost a barracks of ministers, at least one minister from each docket should attend to understand work of parliament. Because the minister's submission was contrary, different. The fact if the minister this morning and the government chief whip met in a room, they would have fought each other. Because everybody is holding his own way. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to take on behalf of the Ministry of Education to apologize for the minister having given very contrary information to what we have given today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Macho, I've never known you as being a minister or anybody in education. Mehdi? Yes, Mehdi?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the government chief whip for the initiative he took up not to portray as this side in a shabby way. At least it's something that is honorable. Right Honorable Speaker, all these institutions can coexist. The church and the school. The requirement for an easement or creation of a passage for worshippers to go and worship should not create a fuss in the country, because all these institutions are for social services. The churches do deliverance to the people in form of education, and education institutions teach our people. In my opinion, Right Honorable Speaker, if it's with, I think I would like to persuade our comrades from the front bench that such instances should never even appear on the floor of Parliament. To portray as though you do not sit in the same cabinet, that one, the Prime Minister and leader of government businesses, government business comes here and makes an undertaking and directs. And then the directive is, I would not say there would be insubordination, is not adhered to. Then that shows that who is communicating in this government? Who will be reliable in this case? What people want are results. What worshippers want are results. As schools open up, they want a well-built fence that can accommodate students in the area and their user well defined. In the same spirit, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to, through you, Right Honorable Speaker, to state that now we do not need the Minister for Kampala, because we might see more drama in this case. Since the government chief whip has clearly said, has clearly stated on the matter, we no longer need the Minister of Kampala. The issue we need from her is to come and show us that the user of that area has changed to an easement or to a road that is an access. Unless she's coming here to make that undertaking,
You see,
all
we need,
statements that will be contradictory will take us to.
you see, we need a minister of Kampala to make an undertaking that this kind of thing shall never happen again. Because previously we had a meeting, this issue should have not come to the floor. We had a meeting and then they went and overpowered the minister. So we want the minister to to have an undertaking that it shall never happen. The parishioners will have access to the church. Minister, it is within your area.
Right Honorable Speaker, most obliged.
Please switch on.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, like the Prime Minister guided, we complied as ministers for Kampala by her directives.
Thank you.
Item number 5.3, response by the Honorable Minister of Energy and Mineral Development on the arrest of persons in Busia by some staff of Umeme alleged for installing fake electricity meters and the non-functional Umeme service centers in Busia. A matter raised by Honorable Macho.
Yes, Honorable Minister of Energy.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Our answer to that question is Honorable Macho's question is related to operations to identify and stop power thefts, which is carried out by UMEME along with the Uganda Police Force. Tampering with electricity installations is not only an offense under Section 81, subsection 1 and subsection 5 of the Electricity Act. It is also an offense under Section 283 of the Penal Code Act, but also exposes the consumers and the general public to the risk of injury or even death through unsafe illegal electricity connections. So the operations were actually carried out to identify, disconnect, arrest, and prosecute persons who had dishonestly consumed electricity, which is a mandate of the Uganda Police Force, which exercises their work professionally. UMEME's role in these operations is to provide technical support through identification of illegal connections and provision of evidence of unlawful use or consumption of electricity. UMEME then ensures that any unsafe and illegal connections are actually recovered. Most of the operations, even if the arrests are made, are settled amicably. There are no persons who stay in cells. And secondly, many of the persons who are affected, those ones who have connected illegally, most of the time confess and they pay. So there are no harassment of individuals who are found consuming electricity illegally. There are no pregnant women who are arrested. Disabled people are not arrested, but those who are illegally connected are actually handled amicably. Nobody stays in cells. Two, yes, they disconnect and they actually pay. Yes. Secondly, in relation to UMEME opening a customer service center in Busia, the work is actually ongoing and the plan is to have a customer service center established in Busia by the end of 2021. Honorable Speaker, I wish to submit.
Thank you so much, Minister. And Honorable Macho is here.
Madam Speaker, I always take time to understand the language of fishermen, although I am a fishmonger. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the minister.
So you've changed from being a smuggler.
You know, Madam Speaker, since my grandfather stays on the shores of Lake Victoria, sometimes I trade in fish. That's why I'm a fishmonger. You know, fishermen speak few things, what they have strictly written for them. Mr. Minister, thank you for your statement. Madam Speaker and my colleagues, the minister lives in heaven. That's why you saw the members of parliament, the honorable members of parliament, we are keenly looking at your eyes, but you were very unstable during the submission because what you are talking is not partly in Uganda. However, Madam Speaker, I want strongly to disagree with the minister. Busia and Uganda at large has suffered. I am not the first member of parliament to complain about the UMEME. We keep in Busia, they are called UMEME torture men. They even have brought Panda Gali in Busia. Panda Gali is being forced to climb on a pickup. Their operations, they work together with the police in a certain hotel, which I'll not mention because the owner is my good friend. But I want to agree with you that you say that when they come, they identify, arrest, and prosecute. These people, they get you as policemen, they become judges, and they judge immediately and they take money from you. Because if a minister can say in 1 minute you arrest, identify, and prosecute, you know that that thing is done in a jungle way. Mr. Minister, jungle is the bush in Busia. Madam Speaker, I therefore want the minister in my prayer to go back so that he's told in detail why there is outcry of women in the whole country. Instead of speaking from point of information and no know-how, by dragging pregnant women and people with disabilities in Uganda as people who cut out the safety of electricity. People with disability are not thieves at all, Mr. Minister, according to your report. Information, then I'll continue.
Thank you. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Macho,
The
so
issue.
you've started giving people to give information.
Thank you. Thank you, Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Omeme issue is very serious. The report read by the Honorable Minister, I think the report is not correct. What Honorable Marshall raised is not only in Busia, but across the country. Right, Honorable Speaker, the case in point. Currently, we have Omeme team. It seems we have 2 or 3 teams within Omeme. The first team, they come, they reconnect you, they install all the equipment in your house. And 1 or 2 weeks, another team will come, will say, those equipments were stolen and are fake. As civilians, where do you expect someone to get those materials? Right, Honorable Speaker, the person will be applying following the right procedure, right from the Omeme offices, and they send their team to reconnect you. So with Omeme, there's terrible problem, right, Honorable Speaker. And Omeme needs to be investigated, and I pray that their terms should expire faster so that the contract is not renewed. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Milton, you have something to say? Then Bilal.
Yeah, thank you very much. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think the minister, the information he was giving the honorable member of the House is not researched. Right, Honorable Speaker, my people of Chigulu South Iganga, specifically 2 sub-counties, now and in Nakalama, fell prey to the same. They are conned by Omeme people. They pay extensions. There's a village called Nachirulwe. They got over 12 poles erected by Omeme. They got connected. Then all of a sudden a team comes still from Omeme. They began uprooting all these poles, bundling up people, saying these people had obtained power illegally. The same thing happened along Nakalama, Tirinyi Road, a place called Bukoboli. People paid, they even have receipts signed by Omeme staff. Then they come and begin uprooting these poles, saying they obtained this power illegally. People are suffering, they are being beaten and arrested with a company of police. So, Honorable Minister, kindly do further research and come with the informed, detailed report to this House. Otherwise, our voters are really suffering this. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The issue of Meme was raised from the east of the country. I live and stay at the extreme west of the horizon of the country. What is being raised from the east is even an understatement of what happens in the west. Right Honorable Speaker, where I stay in my village called Chikamba A, Umeme people have no face for any human being. They only talk to the poles and the meters. Number 2, the Honorable Minister, you should be glad that we are saying this one for you to note. When you say that, but these people pay, there is no option that the people have. When they come, Right Honorable Speaker, there is a cable they call, is it Sorido? Sorido, I don't know the language very well of that electricity. They will cut it off together with the meter, put it on their pickup and take it. You have got your food, you have got your milk in the fridge. What option are you left with other than paying? Right Honorable Speaker, I have several times moved to the Ishaka office, 52 kilometers away from my home. They have no attention for anyone. I even moved with my case, thinking that it would be solved in Kampala. No attention. So, Honorable Minister, I think you should be glad we are telling you this. Umeme is not a service provider, it is a beast amidst us. Thank you very much.
Jen, Inkize.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to add my voice to what members are stating. Right Honorable Speaker, the treatment that we see Omeme putting on our people is just a cover-up. Why do I say that? Right Honorable Speaker, sometimes back, I was doing some work for USID in Mbale district and in now Butebo, a village called Kanginima, and around Nabumali. Right Honorable Speaker, I was shocked with the kind of connections that I saw in the area. And that type of connections cannot be done by anybody without the knowledge and experience. And that could be no other than Omeme staff. So they connect you illegally, then they come back, again, they still want money from you and want to they disconnect you and in a very, very harsh way, and yet they're the ones facilitating these people to have power illegally, when other Ugandans, like the ones in Pakwach, are waiting to be served with the same power. So really, something needs to be done about this institution to bring them to book. I thank you.
James.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank Honorable Macho for bringing this issue across. And Right Honorable Speaker, from the look of the Honorable Kasai, the Minister of State for Energy, he seems to be innocent. And surely he's innocent with his age, with the way with his conduct. He has been duped by the people who made the report to him. I think it is prudent enough that my senior goes back on the ground, because, Madam Speaker, I have evidence. On 12th of September this year, I had to go to Ginger Road police station, where one from my area had been arrested over such case. And when we found out, I don't know whether these people of Omeme are paid, Madam Speaker. That's how they look for money. They go around scavenging for whoever is, whenever they get somebody, they just arrest, and they have powers. They have been given a lawyer. They have powers to arrest and prosecute immediately without investigation. And that one puts us in a very funny state. And Madam Speaker, my request to the Honorable Minister is to go back and face with the leaders. They tell him what is there, because these people make cosmetic reports. They just sit here and make a report and just want to dupe and misinform the minister, because we have evidence in our areas. That is what is happening, Madam Speaker. I want to confirm that Honorable Macho is not in propaganda, is just giving what exactly is on the ground in Uganda. Thank you.
Faith, Elisha, Dan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to give testimony to what my colleagues have said. In Rukongiri municipality, we have similar cases, but it seems Umeme has got different service providers. There are those who bring poles, and then there are others who come. But I also want to think that among these service providers, I think some are thieves. When one team has gone, another team comes, takes away the service wire. So they have to pay for the service wire, or else it is removed in a sense that it was put over wrongly or it was not in order. So I think we need to ask our minister to go back and do more work with Umeme to make sure we understand who we are dealing with. Is it Umeme? Are they the service providers? Are they a group of thieves? We really need to know. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Done. The speaker had already mentioned my name before Sylvan.
There is Johnny Faith. Then there is Faith.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. 3 weeks ago, I was called by my parish priest, and he called me not just as a member of parliament, but as a synod member, a person who represents that parish at the diocese. The people of Meme had come. They found him robbed. Now, in the church, we have connected power, but after connecting the church, there is a meter, but that meter also made a loop from the very same after the meter to the parish house. He was arrested, put on a pickup. They called me. I talked with them that I am not just a parishioner, but I'm also a national leader. I am a member of parliament. Can we sort this thing out? Can I come? And they say, no, you have nothing to do with this. He was put on a pickup, taken to Mbale. But they didn't reach the police station in Mbale. They reached a forest somewhere. They made him sit down. Whatever they collected, got money from him, and then they released him. It is a serious
Information, Honorable. Information. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
There is a motion.
Right Honorable Speaker, I raise under Rule 57 of the procedures of Parliament, and to be specific, A, oral notice of motions. And A reads, a member may, with the leave of the Speaker, give oral notice of a motion during a sitting. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to give a notice that I'm going to bring a motion to this House, Right Honorable Speaker, seeking Parliament to conclusively investigate Umeme and then come up with the final terms and investigate the terms of the agreements that we can make this thing come to an end. The company called Umeme, because Right Honorable Speaker, everybody, including the President of the Republic of Uganda, has complained and been in pain because of Umeme. The President is on record, 13th October 2020. He was complaining about the same thing, Umeme. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Honorable Kef, it has been overtaken by events. I'm making a directive. You'll debate on the next. Now, members, I need to rule to that effect. Is the motion seconded?
Yes. Madam.
Members, I am not waiting for the motion to this effect. And we need to differentiate illegal connection from the connection that Honorable Match was talking about. The illegal connection borders criminality. But now what members are saying, this is a connection that at the end of the day, you term it to be illegal. And at the end of the day, the members of the public are mistreated. I am referring this issue to COSASE. COSASE must investigate this issue and report back to this house. Umeme reports to COSASE. You may not, you don't have to say it has too much, but Umeme reports to COSASE. So COSASE must handle this thing and report back to the house on the actions that have been taken, on the criminality that is in Umeme. Next item.
Time.
Item number 5.4 on the order paper, response by the Honorable Minister of Water and Environment on land grabbing and destruction of tree investments belonging to private commercial tree farmers licensed by the National Forest Authority in Namamve Central Forest Reserve in Mukono District.
And the Honorable Minister was here, but she wasn't unaware. And she asked for permission to go. And we'll have her the Thursday order paper. Next.
Item number 6 on the order paper, motion seeking leave to introduce a private member's bill entitled the National Legal Aid Bill.
Honorable Ogon. Next.
Item number 7 on the order.
Members, when your issue comes on the order paper, then next time you start complaining that your matter has never appeared on the order paper.
Item number 7 on the order paper, motion seeking leave of the House to introduce a private member's bill entitled the National Sports Bill.
Honorable Magogo.
Right Honorable Speaker, for the record, I am Honorable Magogo Moses Asim, representing the people of Budiope East, Buyende District. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise under Rule 56, 121, and 122 of the Rules of Procedure to move a motion seeking leave of the House to introduce a private member's bill entitled the National Sports Bill. Right Honorable Speaker and dear members of this House, Article 79 of the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda amended empowers Parliament to make laws on any matter for the peace, order, development, and good governance of Uganda. Particularly Article 94, Paragraph 4, Subparagraph B of the Constitution and Rules 120 and 121 of the Rules of Procedure permit a member of Parliament to move a private member's bill. Uganda has embraced a number of sports disciplines, and each sports discipline is organized and regulated by a national sports association, which are all affiliated to their respective international sports governing bodies. The various national sports associations regulate amateur and professional sports disciplines, including sports clubs participating in respective sports disciplines, and are all regulated by the National Council of Sports. Right Honorable Speaker and dear members, currently in Uganda, the national sports associations and the clubs are incorporated under various laws, including the Trustees Incorporation Act, the National Council of Sports Act, the Companies Act, the Partnerships Act, and the NGO Act. The concern is that the lack of a single piece of legislation governing incorporation and operation of the National Sports Association and sports clubs has resulted in governance and administration challenges, including lack of legal personality, multiple reporting, and regulatory legal regimes. The National Sports Associations play a vital role in the identification of talents, development of professional and amateur sports, and nurturing stronger communities by bringing people together. But the operation and existence of these national sports associations and the sports clubs in Uganda is threatened by the lack of clarity in the legal regime relating to their incorporation, operation, and regulation, resulting in underdevelopment of sports in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, the current sports law in Uganda, the 1964 National Council of Sports Act, is obsolete, incompatible with the modern trends and demands of international sports. Cognizant, there's the need to enact legislation to streamline the incorporation, registration, management, and recognition of national sports associations and sports clubs, and in order to achieve the objectives of their creation. I therefore pray that be it resolved by Parliament that leave be granted to me to introduce a private member's bill entitled the National Sports Bill, a draft of which, if allowed, I would lay on the table here as provided for in the rules. I further pray for the orders to do the publication of the said bill in preparation for the first reading. I beg to move, and if seconded, I'll speak my motion.
Members, is the motion seconded? Seconded by Silwanyi, Milton, Sarah, Phyllis, Solomon, Macho, Gilbert, Ematovu, Wakaima, Margaret, by Dokolo, by Quinn, by Tom Bright, Faith, Johnny Faith, Ferigo, Dr. Nekesa, Komakej. The whole house has supported it, has seconded. Would you love to speak to your motion? Let him speak to his motion first before. Okay.
I'm in very strong support of the bill, but I'm just seeking clarification. When we talk about sports, people like us with simple mind think it is sports which are formal and so on. But these days, we are promoting wellness and the general wellness of a being. So I don't know whether that bill will take care of wellness as well. In which case, we may think at this stage to change even the title that Uganda, what is it? Uganda National Sports and Wellness Bill, so that we look at it holistically rather than thinking to amend during the time of debate. I'm just posing a request for clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Clarification. Actually, when you participate in any sport, you're keeping well.
Right, Honorable Speaker, sports is a multi-sector activity that falls in very many categories. If you are going to change the title, it might be one of the bills with the longest names, because it falls in tourism, it will be in industry, it will be in health, it will be everywhere. But sports itself comprises everything, like you have guided. Right, Honorable Speaker and dear members, sports over the years has transformed from a mere recreation and social activity to a socio-economic transformation game changer. In addition to the inherent health and social values of sport, modern sport has become, one, a major employer of youth, educated and uneducated, a tax revenue base, a huge advertising platform for countries and brands, a forex earner, a mobilization tool for communities, a tourist activity, and one of the patriotic and unifying activities of communities. Currently, the international sports economy is over 600 billion US dollars, rated ahead of the aviation industry, and Uganda is not partaking, yet we have demonstrated that we have enormously been endowed and untapped with sporting talent in this country. Right, Honorable Speaker, Uganda is a member of the United Nations, the African Union, and many other international organizations, and is currently bound by resolutions of these organizations. On the 3rd of November in 2003, the UN passed a resolution declaring sports as a means to promote health, education, development, and peace. Again, on the 28th November 2018, another resolution was passed by the United Nations General Assembly, emphasizing the critical role of productive public-private partnerships for funding sports for development and peace programs, institutional development, and physical and social infrastructure, and reaffirmed that sport is an important enabler of sustainable development, and recognized the growing contribution of sport to the realization of development and peace in promotion of tolerance, respect, and contributions it makes to the empowerment of women and younger people, individuals and communities, as well as to health, education, and social inclusion objectives. The African Union recognizes sport as an element of culture and a major contributor in human development and strengthening national cohesion and rapprochement of people. The functions of the African Union Sport Council include promotion of sports as a fundamental human right, defend sport development, advocate for funding of sports development, and ensure that African countries develop sports policies, programs, systems, and structures. Right, Honorable Speaker, the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, as amended, requires the state to promote recreation and sports for citizens of Uganda, as stated in the National Objectives and Directive Principles State Policy, Roman 17. In order to implement the international organization's resolutions as mentioned, in order to fulfill the constitutional obligation of the government, the citizens of Uganda, in order to unlock the sleeping potential of the Ugandan sports to the world, and in order to provide socioeconomic opportunities to the youth, the state has three major roles to play, and one is provision of prerequisite sporting infrastructure. The second is funding the development, promotion, presentation of sports teams and athletes. But most importantly, the third one is legislation of modern laws and policies to support sports activities and persons. It is therefore the constitutional obligation of this parliament to make laws that create an environment for achieving these objectives. Right, Honorable Speaker, and the dear members, whereas this House has on many occasions debated how sports can be improved in this country, it's going to be difficult without a proper regulatory framework. In Uganda, the sports subsector has previously been regulated by a law that was enacted in 1964 as the National Council of Sports Act Cap 48. This law has since become obsolete, cannot regulate the modern game, and many Commonwealth countries that had a similar sports law have since enacted new laws. The National Sports Bill being presented as a private member's bill has been drafted in accordance with the rules, and this bill is intended to be presented to Parliament for consideration as an act or as an action to repeal the 1964 National Council of Sports Act and replace it with the National Sports Act once the bill is passed into law. The National Sports Bill is intended to address the challenges that are holding back the potential of Ugandan sport in the world and harness the opportunities available. The objectives of this bill include: one, to recognize, register, incorporate the national sports organization and community sports clubs. Two, the governance, the management, and the development and promotion and protection of amateur and recreational professional sports. 3, to codify the obligations of the state under international sports governing statutes. 4, to prevent match fixing, corruption, illegal manipulation, illegal betting in sports. Right, Honorable Speaker, dear members, the sports organizations have no resources, have no expertise, have no tools to investigate and bring to book such sophisticated offenders in practices like match fixing and illegal betting. It is also intended to encourage
Can you
and promote.
summarize? Remember, you're just seeking leave. You're not speaking.
I'm summarizing. It is also to encourage, to promote the drug-free sports, to protect the commercial rights emanating from sports events, to create a system of arbitration between the various disputes in sports, to provide a rewarding system for national sports associations, teams, and athletes who excel. And also, Right Honorable Speaker and dear members, I'm raising this motion aware that the move of this motion as a private member's bill has come after calls on the floor of this House for the relevant ministry to present a bill for consideration of Parliament, and this has not happened for decades. At the beginning of the 10th Parliament, there was the physical activity sports bill that was listed as the intended laws to be completed by the 10th Parliament, and this was not done. There has been an explanation of the lack of the sports policy onto which to base the draft the bill. I hereby bring to the attention of this House that there is already an existing sports policy which was done in 2004 and has not expired. Also, to bring the attention of this House that on the 25th September 2013, Cabinet resolved that the physical and sports activity bill be presented to Parliament for consideration with stipulated principles. And I beg to lay a copy of this document to the table to support my motion. Right Honorable Speaker, the private members bill is intended to be presented with the same principles as resolved by Cabinet and is indicated in the draft bill presented with this motion as required by the rules. I therefore call upon the members of this House that many youth in the areas we represent are keenly following this matter, and your support to the motion and the bill could turn around lives. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Magogo. Honorable Saropendi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I do support the motion. And I just want to state that sports is health and sports is wealth. As we are entertained, we are actually improving on our lives. Right Honorable Speaker, the African Union Policy Framework for Sustainable Development of Sports in Africa, 2008 to 2018, defines sports as a physical activity that is governed by a set of rules or customs involving specific administration, governing body, or organizations. Sports, as you all know, is an important phenomenon that has the unique ability to entertain and also employ many youths. As we speak now, Right Honorable Speaker, 77% of Uganda's population comprises of the young people. And with the high unemployment rate, we need to look out for different avenues of employment. Sports can actually help in employing a number of our youths who are out there with talent, and yet that talent cannot be tapped. Right Honorable Speaker, I talked about sports being a health issue. As we speak now, the non-communicable diseases are on the increase, and the mortality due to the NCDs, as per the UDHS, the Uganda Demographic Health Survey 2016, states that 22% of the people die due to the NCDs. And this can actually be reduced if our people engage in sports for health reasons. Right Honorable Speaker, the 1964 bill is out of touch with the current trends. We have been in this House, Right Honorable Speaker, time and again talking about funding of the different sports activities. Last week, we were here to congratulate our national, the She Cranes, and the issue of funding was extensively discussed. And when you look at the old law, Right Honorable Speaker, it is limited. And therefore, the new bill will open up new avenues of funding the different sports activities. In other countries, Right Honorable Speaker, the government does not even put in money in sports. But what happens is that there is a levy placed on either the telecoms or placed on fuel or placed somewhere, a levy, and that money goes into funding sports. The multinational companies in the country are also tasked to contribute to sports. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, with the restrictive clause in the current existing act, I do support this bill, and in order for us to move faster, because I remember the minister was here, Right Honorable Speaker, saying they were working on a policy. We can't sit to wait for a policy, we don't know when it will come. The ideal should have been that we have the new policy and then the law comes after. But because we don't know when the policy will come, we have to move with the private members' bill. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I do support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sarah Solo, then Solo.
This is Solo, the senior. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record, I'm Geoffrey Kayemba Solo from Bokomansim South and the Shadow Minister for Sports. When you look at, first of all, I want to thank my fellow comrade and Honorable Magogo Moses for coming up with an idea of this bill. This is the core activity that this country has been lacking. During 1964, when the act we have been following all the years was made, we had no professional sports. It was just amateur, playing in, getting some chere and go back home and relax. But nowadays it's a professional that gives a lot of people money, that has turned a lot of people's lives. So we need this bill as soon as possible. Secondly, when you look at the act, especially Article 3(1), which says that the chairman will be appointed by the ministry, and other members on board will also be appointed by the minister, plus some 4 representatives all over the country, which doesn't work now. We have 51 disciplines, sports disciplines, which need to be represented at the National Council of Sports. So you see that we need to change that immediately, because during that period, it was easy to find a man from Rukungiri to come, to find another one from Macho's place, Busia, and they make a small parliament, football, sports parliament. But now we need a full sports parliament represented from all disciplines and all sectors. So I thank you, my brother, and I'm sure the House will grant you time to go to make this bill a better one. Secondly, we find many issues, especially when we don't agree here and there. We go to court. That's not a sportsmanship. That's not a sports spirit to go to courts of law, because sports has different laws that don't fit or don't relate with the laws we have here. So a court of arbitration is high time we put it there for sports issues. Instead of going to these courts, we need a court of arbitration for the sportsmanship spirit. With that, I would like to second this motion and ask this Honorable House to accept. I don't know whether even the seconder can be accepted to go and leave, because this is a very big issue that needs a lot of brains so that we bring the bill in a better way.
Honorable Solomon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Solo.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand, first of all, thank my big brother, Honorable Moses Magogo Kassim, and the FUFA president of Uganda for bringing such a timely bill. I think the bill is timely. It is a bill that all of us Ugandans who love sports have been waiting for. It is long overdue, and I think I implore all members of parliament who are around and who are not around today to grant Honorable Moses Kassim Magogo leave so that he brings this timely bill, Right Honorable Speaker. I will support it, I will contribute to it, and I encourage all the other members to support and contribute to this bill, because sports is life. And what Honorable Cecilia raised, the wellness, is also very important, but it is embedded within sports, because when you do sports, Right Honorable Speaker, myself, the sports I do is just walking. And when I walk around many kilometers, Right Honorable Speaker, I sweat and feel that I've become a very strong person. So this bill is good for this country. It is timely, and I implore each and every member of parliament to support. I beg to
Dr.
submit.
Nenkesa. Dr. Nekesa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Members in this August House, I stand to second the motion for the bill. It's been well said today concerning issues of sports, in a manner that the first motion that was spoken was about the disability people where sports should be emphasized to make them get to, because when you're disabled, you get kind of this metabolism, you get unnecessarily fat because you're not able to do everything right. So for that matter, if sports is emphasized and trickles down to the roots of every Ugandan in a matter of policy, it's going to help them look forward to a day when they have sports. Secondly, concerning sports bill and the wellness, it is better, I suggest or contribute that they talk about metabolic health in detail when they're going to talk about the sports in Uganda. Because when you just talk about wellness, it leaves a few. Whereas metabolic health is more scientific. It gets the members, the Ugandans, to know what level of fitness, what level of health can go down with their metabolic indices, so that when they're doing the sports, supposing is taken seriously, they make sure that at every opportunity, every post, we have the science, the training, the purpose of this in health, that people don't get non-communicable diseases in their life. So I support this, but emphasize that if there's anything, we should emphasize metabolic health to all groups of people, from the unfit, the fit, the disabled, the old and the young. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Nekesa. There's a motion. Timu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I raise on motion for closure of debate. Madam Speaker, we agree that Honorable Magogo's request to present a private member's bill is so important. And indeed, we are so much passionate, and we agree that we should have this bill for this House to process. Therefore, Madam Speaker, that we support. I raise to propose that under Rule 81, that the motion, that the question be put to close this debate. Madam Speaker, I move.
Is the motion seconded? Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Solo, Macho, Faith, Minister of Education, Dorcas, Phyllis, Dan, Wakaima, Margaret. Members, the motion is that we close the debate. And honorable members, under Article 94 of the Constitution and our rules of procedure, Rule 120, 121, it guarantees the right of a member to bring a private member's bill, introduce it in this House. At this stage, however, we are not looking for the merits of the intended bill. That will be sorted out in the first reading of the bill at the time the bill is brought for the first reading. For now, the member is seeking for leave to introduce the bill. I now therefore put a question that leave of this House be granted to Honorable Magogo Moses Hassim to introduce a private member's bill entitled the National Sports Bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Honorable Magogo, please work with the relevant office to ensure that the bill is ready for publication. Thank you, members, and thank you, Honorable Magogo. Last item.
Item number 8 on the order paper, motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to examine the implementation of the agreement for the implementation of intelligent transport monitoring system with MS Joint Stock Company Global Security to address public concerns.
Honorable Sarah Pendi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this motion is moved under Rule 56 of our Rules of Procedure. Whereas on the 23rd July 2021, government...
Faith, come back. Pacheto, sit.
Whereas on 23rd July 2021, government entered into an agreement under the public-private partnership arrangement with the MS Joint Stock Company Global Security for the implementation of the Intelligent Transport Monitoring System, aware that the implementation of the Intelligent Transport Monitoring System is aimed at enhancing crime management through detection, identification, and recognition of all vehicles and motorcycles operating in the country, among other benefits, noting that the Intelligent Transport Monitoring System will be installed in all public and private vehicles and motorcycles to facilitate the tracking of all vehicles and motorcycles. Further noting that in order for the Intelligent Transport Monitoring System to be implemented, all vehicles and motorcycles already registered will be required to be re-registered and obtain new number plates. Concerned that the installation of the monitoring and tracking system in vehicles and motorcycles will create an additional cost, which will be incurred by the owners of vehicles and motorcycles, in addition to the already high cost of acquiring vehicles. Aware that Ugandans pay a lot of taxes and dues while importing vehicles that include import duty at 15%, value-added tax of 18%, 2% import commission of dutiable value, withholding tax of 6%, excise duty at 10%, and environmental levy at 6%. considering that the system to be installed in all vehicles and motorcycles for monitoring and tracking uses integrated communications and data processing technologies, and as a result, there is a likelihood of intrusion into people's right to privacy. Now, therefore, be it resolved by Parliament that Parliament urges government to judiciously examine the implementation of the intelligent monitoring system to ensure protection and preservation of people's freedoms, and there is value for money in this whole process. Secondly, Parliament urges government to consider installing the ITMS on government vehicles, motorcycles, and passenger service vehicles, including taxis, and assesses its effectiveness before rolling out to all vehicles. Third, we urge government to meet all costs required for installation of the intelligent transport monitoring system in all vehicles, as indicated in 2 above. And, Right Honorable Speaker, lastly, we recommend that the motion be referred to the relevant committee for scrutiny. I beg to submit.
Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Leader of Opposition, Dr. Batua, Solomon, Hanifa, Solo, Kiwanuka, Tom Bright, Timo Achen, Dorcas Magogo, Faith, Honorable Edie, would you really love to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this matter was debated on the floor of this House, and all these issues in this motion arose from the members' contributions. Right Honorable Speaker, in July, the media was awash with reports about the award by the government to this joint stock company, Global Security. It was reported that government had awarded a 10-year contract to this company to install this device on vehicles and motorcycles. And Right Honorable Speaker, immediately thereafter, there were a lot of reports about this company and how, arising out of court cases, it was supposed to be, there was a case in court in Moscow where the company lost the case, and of course, it was facing bankruptcy. As Parliament, as people's representative, Right Honorable Speaker, we cannot sit back with such reports because previously, as you are aware, government has gotten into contracts with different companies, and at the end of the day, there is actually no value for money.
Honorable Sarah, before you proceed further, when you say Parliament urges government to judiciously examine and implement, Parliament urges government to consider installing the ITMS. Parliament urges government to meet the costs. Vis-a-vis, the motion should be referred to the relevant committees. You're contradicting yourself. I would want you to amend your prayers for either one, government to take on, or it should be forwarded to a committee.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for your guidance. And following your guidance, Right Honorable Speaker, I will drop 1, 2, and 3 and request that this matter be referred to the relevant committee for scrutiny, because Right Honorable Speaker, as you're aware, The government has signed a memorandum with this company. This parliament needs to know the contents, what is contained in that memorandum. And that can only be done when the committee takes this up. We've had various contracts, Right Honorable Speaker, where government has gotten involved. And at the end of the day, a lot of resources are wasted, and instead, it's the taxpayer to foot the bills. There is, Right Honorable Speaker, it was even reported that there was due diligence carried out. And I remember the permanent secretary, the Minister of Works, who indicated that yes, they did due diligence, but if there are bankruptcy issues, then that's a new issue that has arisen. And therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, I do propose, arising out of the various contributions from the members in this House, that this matter be scrutinized further by a committee of parliament, because there are security issues which we all appreciate, Right Honorable Speaker. However, when it comes to privacy, because you can be monitored by wrong elements, and at any 1 minute, they will know where you are. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to actually look at all these. And while we are talking about security, most of the crimes that have been committed within the city, majority of them have been on the borders. So in my view, Right Honorable Speaker, it would have been prudent first to start by mounting these on the borders before we roll out, and government vehicles, before we roll out to other private vehicles. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, as I did indicate, majority of us already have our vehicles. We already paid for the number plates. We already paid the taxes. To tell us to go and acquire new number plates and again meet the cost of that gadget is an additional cost on Ugandans. And Right Honorable Speaker, it's for this reason that I did bring this motion. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sarah, Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to thank my sister and honorable member for the motion, well delivered to the House. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Shadow Minister for Internal Affairs delivered a statement to this House on this very subject. And at the time of its debate, the opposition in the House had taken leave for matters we ably explained. I followed personally the debate, and I thought that members had duly examined the intricacies in the approach by government. And I even listened to the response by the minister, and it was not convincing as to how they had moved. Issues of legality, both procedural impropriety and illegality, were raised in procuring the company. There was no plausible response as to how we would condone illegality in our faces as legislators in this land. Issues of rights violations were raised, and the response was flimsy and unconvincing. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the better place to fully understand and report to the House on the nitty-gritty of this procurement will be the House of Parliament via a committee relevant. And I would like to ask of members to see a sense in this motion and support it without regard to the sides, because it touches key issues in our country, and all of us must be convinced. First of all, there's no debate about the need for security on all sides of the House. But like the honorable mover has ably observed, we probably are not taking this to the key vulnerable areas of our security, and probably a well-considered discussion in a committee and an ensuing debate in the plenary by the entire House will give a settlement and advise government on the best way of dealing with matters of our security without using underhand methods that can eventually result into huge costs to the country and also compromise the security they purport to be protecting. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Members, this is a very important motion, and I will request you to reserve your debate until the committee presents. I am referring this motion to the Committee of Infrastructure, Internal Affairs, and Defense. Two committees, because they are security matters, and then there's the other matter. Yes.
Since the overall minister in charge of this matter is the Minister for Security, I don't know whether his committee should also be involved, just your guidance.
Pardon?
Since the overall minister is the Minister for Security and is not under any of those committees, it would be good for you to guide. But
The minister will give his input.
He wanted to make a comment on this.
The minister will give his input to the committee. Because for us to allow the minister now to talk, you're getting the minister off guard on this thing. I mean,
I seek your indulgence, Right Honorable Speaker. The leader of opposition made a comment about the statement made by the Honorable Member, Shadow Minister of Internal Affairs, about his statement. So would it be in order for me to make a comment? Because I also responded.
that does not stop this from going to the committees.
No,
as
I have no
mentioned,
objection.
But you have a right to respond to what has been alleged.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable.
Sarah, can you sit as the minister is speaking?
Right Honorable, it is correct that the Honorable Abdallah Chiwanuka, the Shadow Minister for Internal Affairs, made a statement in Parliament. And I did respond on this floor of Parliament. If there were any areas which were unsatisfactory, they must have been responded to by Parliament. Having said that, Right Honorable Speaker, we made it clear that the intention of this artificial intelligence mechanism was solely for the security of our people. And I did enumerate so many instances where we lost people because of non-monitoring of this system.
Order, Madam Speaker.
I have no objection with
Order,
this
Madam
matter
Speaker.
going to Parliament, to the committee,
Order, Madam
and I
Speaker.
rest my case.
Honorable Minister.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker. You guided
Gilbert,
very well, Right Honorable Speaker. And I thought
Gilbert,
the Honorable Minister.
Gilbert,
Yes.
I made an order. I have already forwarded the issue to the committee. Please sit, please sit. The motion is going to the committee for further scrutiny, and your issues will be answered. If you have an issue, then you'll go to the committee and make a presentation in the committee. And I want to thank you for today's sitting. I therefore adjourn the House to tomorrow at 2 p.m.